Yeah, you are. 8 minutes after the hour. Helmsy here alongside Greg Burgess. Speedy on vacation this week. Adler Rockin' TV, Mr. Everything Video Production here. 1 hour from now, Rick and Bubba join us. So mark that. If you're not into us here kicking things off, come back in an hour. They'll be here. Then you have, and it doesn't matter how they're watching, listening, Greg, YouTube, radio, podcast, whatever the case.
A lot of options.
Hey, we welcome you in, and thank you for making us just a little part of your day. RickandBubba.com for everything Rick and Bubba. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the phone number. We always want you to be a part of the program as well. Greg Burgess, how are you?
If not, we'll blow you up.
We will. We will indeed. We actually have a button on our sound effect instant replay that says blow up. So we will certainly do that. How are you, sir?
I'm good. What about you?
Well, right out the gate, I owe my family an apology.
Why is that?
I was a jerk yesterday about something. Yeah.
It happens.
So I one of the biggest things in my life over the past year has been my Raycon earbuds. This is not a commercial, by the way. This is actually an apology.
Yeah.
They are a sponsor of the show, but this has been a big part of my world. These go everywhere with me. Where I'm listening to a ton of stuff, whether I'm in the yard, whether I'm in the house doing dishes or laundry or whatever. I have them in all the time, listening to podcasts and music and whatever. If I'm driving down the road sometimes, I don't even listen. I'll put these in instead of listening to my speakers, which I know is weird, but I will do that because I just love my Raycons. Well, I'm having to retire the Raycons today.
Why?
Because they are broke. I blame the family on it. And yesterday I said, guys, where are my Raycons? Who's got my? Because I've noticed Caroline, my 14-year-old, she has a set of these. They're not Raycons, but they're just a set of these. And I've noticed my wife, Amanda, grabbing them every once in a while.
Yeah.
And I'm like, so you're into the earbuds now, I've noticed. And she'll listen to books and podcasts and whatever. And so but because when she grabs those, guess what? People start grabbing other people's stuff. And I thought, all right, somebody's got my Raycons. Couldn't find them. Last time I had them was Saturday, and I go to work out yesterday, and I don't have them. And I'm like, I can't do this. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Braden's even offering me his plug-ins that he has. They won't fit in this phone.
You didn't do like Adler and accuse somebody wrong.
I did. I just said, guys, I said, look, if you have my Raycons, I'll walk out of the room. You can bring them in here. Won't say anything. I just need them. So we went on this big hunt. Couldn't find them. Looked in everywhere I needed to be. And I really and truly, I thought somebody in the family got them, misplaced them, something. No, it's completely on me. Last night at about 8:30, 9 o'clock, Amanda walks in the bedroom. She goes, well, I found them. You want to know where they are? Where they were? Probably not going to work anymore.
In the washer.
In the washer.
Oh, boy.
They were in the pocket of a hoodie I was wearing on Saturday when I was out in the yard. And you know what's amazing?
Did they not make it?
One of them actually still works. After going through the washer and the dryer.
They don't recommend you washing them.
They don't.
Drying them.
So it was in this so this charging station actually still works. It charges them. Because I plugged it in this morning just to see. And you can see that it lights up. And actually, one of them is actually working. I can see the blue light and everything. Put it in it, and it works. It connects. But
you can be one-eared.
Family, I'm sorry that I accused you of stealing my Raycons.
Sounds a lot like Adler's story that time. I'm not going into details. He's in there.
Look, I'm not above saying when I was wrong. I'm not above apologies, and I'm sorry. I was kind of rump about it.
Well, there you
Family, I love you, and I'm sorry.
Well,
now I got to go get me some new Raycons.
That's it.
That was my evening. How was yours?
Well, I didn't accuse anybody of stealing something, that's for sure. Thank goodness. Got dark early, I know that.
Yeah, it's depressing to me. I know depression.
It was 5:30 and I was
depression
going.
is a real thing that people struggle with, and I don't take that lightly. But this thing where at 4:30 it gets dark bothers my soul.
Yeah, it's 5:30, and I was like, man, this seems late.
I know.
But no.
And then you want to go to bed. You feel like you got a free pass to go to bed, and then you look up and it's 5:15. It's like, well, you can't go to sleep yet. You got a few hours.
Yeah, you feel ridiculous if you lay down.
I know we had a lot of air fryer talk yesterday. I did cook steaks in the air fryer last night.
Good?
It was okay.
Best ever?
No, it was not the best ever, and they were okay. The kids seemed to love them. And Amanda said, I'm honest about
Maybe
food.
you just didn't prepare it Right.
Well,
there's the way to make them the best ever.
I think there was a couple things at play. I think
that lady yesterday called, tried to tell us.
I don't think the meat was the best that we had.
Yeah.
I don't. I think it would have probably been about the same on the grill, to be honest, in regards to this particular run at it.
Yeah.
But Amanda said, so I tried two things. I sliced potatoes real thin, like made some homemade chips last night. That was excellent. Air fried those.
Pretty good.
Put a little Zatarans, on top of them. And I'd already cooked the steaks, and I don't know, it was just okay to me. And I don't know that it was the air fryer. It was probably more me than anything. I was upset about my Raycons. I couldn't focus.
There it was.
So it was just one of those nights. But it was okay. But the kids seemed to enjoy it. Amanda was like, "What are you talking about? This steak's good." I'm like, "Yeah, it's just okay to me."
You expected too much after all that bragging.
I did.
I mean, you said this is life changing the way people are talking about it.
And I don't know. I think I don't know. I'll get it down eventually. But it's just
you'll get her down.
It was just okay. But it was. I'll tell you this: it was nicer than sitting down out there flipping stuff on the grill.
Yeah, the convenience if it's good enough.
Yeah,
it
was tasty.
I mean, it won't replace the grill, but it's another option when you're in a hurry.
Tasty. We'll go to break. We'll come back. I started watching a movie last night with Amanda, and I was disappointed that she was not. It's so hard for us to find things that we're both interested in. And I thought last night, hey, Tom Hanks has a new movie. Both of us love Tom Hanks. So I thought, well, this will be good. We'll be dialed in. This will take us right up till bedtime. And about 10, 15 minutes in, she's like, this is the dumbest thing ever.
So it wasn't good?
I loved it. It just shows you our differences.
What's it called?
Finch.
Finch.
We'll talk about it when
that
we come
must
back.
be somebody's name or something.
I liked it, Greg. Anything Tom Hanks is in, I give it a shot.
It's normally good. He's had a few, but most of his stuff's good.
All right, we'll break it down when we come back. I've also got a question for you, Greg, in regards to it's not really a question. It's I've got to break some news to you that I don't think you're going to want to hear.
Okay. Good
it's in regards to the studio move.
Oh, no.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes after the hour, it's the kickoff hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. Hamzy alongside Greg Burgess. This is the kind of stuff, Greg, I listen to when I'm working out. When I have my Raycons, it actually works.
Well, you can listen to it in one ear.
I'm going to have to get some
What if you
overnight.
just start listening to everything in one ear and you got where you liked it better?
That was my thing.
You just start going through life, you'd shove cotton in one ear so you could hear
I
it.
even cut one of these off. These headphones.
You didn't want to hear.
Yeah, how about that? So when we went to break, I brought up the fact that Amanda and I tried to watch a movie together last night. It's very rare that we can find something that we both enjoy, whether it's a good series or just different taste. I get that. Different strokes, different folks, get all that. And that's fine. You know what? All of our differences is what makes us great as a couple. So, so we sat down last night and watched Finch on Apple Plus. It's a movie, Tom Hanks.
No.
And
when you say Finch,
okay,
are we referring to the bird, the Finch, or are we referring to a man's name?
Tom Hanks is actually Finch. That's his name.
See, that title just doesn't grab me.
It's a boy, I struggle with this word. Apocalyptic. There you go.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a post-apocalyptic science fiction.
Oh, Lord.
So essentially,
I would never have guessed that.
Well, essentially, what's going on, and we only watched about 40 minutes, or I only watched about 45 minutes. Amanda bailed after about 20 minutes. It's about Tom Hanks is one of the few people left on planet Earth, and he is a genius, evidently. Very good engineer type guy, can build robots and those kind of things.
Old Finch.
So he has a dog, okay, that survived all this.
What's his name?
I don't know. It's a good question.
JoJo.
And then he's got a robot that he has built. He's got a couple robots
I
he's
can
built.
tell right now.
But it's kind of. Do you remember? It's almost like modern day. Without you have the post-apocalyptic side of it.
We'll
it's
have
almost
one of those movies.
Modern day, like Short Circuit. You remember the Short Circuit movies where
I hated Short
where he
Circuit.
talked
Yeah.
to. Okay.
Dibby, dibby, dibby.
Well, this robot he has trained to do certain things, and so now there's this big storm coming, and they've got to leave where they are, and they're going out west, and that's kind of when I stopped. But you know, you got the radiation concern. When he goes outside.
I gotta be in the mood for those.
When he goes outside, he has to, and he has to buckle up. There's a
lot of those movies out there.
So anyway, but that's what this is about, and it's brand new. It's
and
out
he's
on
blind
Apple
and we don't
Plus.
know it.
No, Greg, it's not that.
Oh.
But I'm laughing at the interaction between the robot and Tom Hanks.
You big Short Circuit fan.
And the Tom Hanks and the interaction with his dog, because they're the only.
So that's who's in the movie: Tom Hanks, a robot, and a dog.
I think they're going to have some. They're going to have to deal with some more things. Maybe even some possibility of some more human beings.
Hey, on the road, there'll be marauders on the road. There always is in the post-apocalyptic whatever.
So, but I was enjoying it, and the man was like, "This is dumb. What are we doing? Like, you really enjoying this?" I think the robot getting on. It's a funny moment. Like he's trying to train.
Yeah, I can tell you really fired up about this robot.
Well, it was just. I mean, I wish I had one. I wish we had one in here.
Well, okay.
I wish Big Boy acted like the robot in
that
Finch.
would make me like Big Boy a little better if he could contribute something.
So that was
joy.
My evening. I have not finished it. I may end up going, man. This is it. But anything Tom Hanks is in, I love Tom Hanks. And I love his movies. But now he'll get into these movies where things are slow, too. I mean, we've seen that with the volleyball and Wilson. Yeah.
Yeah. My goodness.
And then there's been several. The airport movie he was in.
See, I never watched that one.
I think I watched half of it. I'll give it a shot.
I've ever talked to thought it was good, so I thought,
all right, so I got some bad news for you.
Okay.
And this is one of those things. This is Adler can relate to what I'm about to say. On the coyote front, we'll just say that. He got fired up about the coyote that's in the studio.
Yeah.
He wanted to take it home, and it's still here.
Yeah.
And why is that?
Because his wife probably thought, I don't want a coyote in my house.
Okay.
He stepped out and made that call.
He did. Well, I stepped out and made another call. As part of the studio move, we have furniture here in the studio.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I know where you're going.
And so you have a couch in your office. I have a love seat that's part of this set in my office that you and Taylor had when Taylor was coaching here in Birmingham, and y'all had an apartment together. And so that's here now, and Amanda doesn't want it in the house.
Well, I don't know what to do with it. Do you think the Center of Hope come here and get it?
Well, here's what I did. So over the weekend, I said, hey, listen, at some point this weekend, I need you to run by the studio with me. and look at the couches.
Oh, well, that's where you messed up.
Well,
You
no.
better look at it,
Listen, she never came up here. She was like, okay, if we get a chance to do that, we'll do that.
'cause they're ugly.
But we never did. And so I said, look, I think this is perfect for downstairs. Kids can't tear it up. They need a couple extra spaces down there. That couch that's down there is uncomfortable. This is perfect for them. She's like, okay. Braden was fired up. Braden even asked me about it yesterday.
Yeah.
He was excited because I told him, I said, listen, we need to upgrade the TV situation downstairs, get that. And I said, I'm about to upgrade the seating situation for you. Now, for him down there, this is an upgrade.
Yeah.
And so, Amanda, I said, hey, serious business. I don't know if the weeks are going to fly by. You need to come by and look at it. So she told me, she said, just take some pictures of it.
Hmm.
So I took pictures of
Nobody
it.
said it was the greatest.
And-
It's not
and
torn.
Greg-
They may have one spot on it.
She turned it down.
Well, I have to donate it somewhere.
I mean, she's like, I
Because there's
started.
no room in my new office for it.
I started to go, hey, listen, serious business. Like, I want this because I think it would be good downstairs for the kids. She's like, Michael, no, I'm not doing that. I don't like that look. She called it ugly.
Well,
Just there it is. But you know how women are about that stuff.
it depends on what your
It was a battle. I was
It's very
not
comfortable.
worth fighting. Now, here's what I wished I would have done. I wished I would have you and I moved it one day and not said anything
Yeah.
at all. That's what I wish I'd have done if I had to do it with it. But I didn't. I asked ahead of time, and that's on me.
Well, is it uglier than what's down there?
What's down there is nice. It's just not comfortable.
Yeah.
And it's a little older. And this would have probably, I think this would have been an upgrade.
Well, I obviously can't fit it down. I don't think there's anywhere at the new place we can use it. I don't think.
I'll see what I can do.
There may be some. I don't know.
Maybe I can change some minds. Maybe I can get Braden's on my side. Because Braden has seen it when he comes up here with me and whatever, and he's fired up about it. And so
Yeah, I slept on
ripped
it a
his
few
little heart
times.
apart last night, explaining that it wasn't going to happen.
Yeah. Oh well. What can you do?
So I thought I'd just let you know that
I'll throw in the dumpster downstairs. It won't fit, but
we'll be the people that lay it beside it.
yeah, there's got to be somebody that comes pick stuff like that up if you donate it.
I'm sorry, I got ahead of my skis on that one.
That's all right, buddy.
And
whatever.
that's why I said I can relate
That's
to
just
Adler
gonna put
now.
me back 2 weeks. On
This
my
is
money.
Adler's Coyote.
Yeah, exact same thing. Well, I guess we'll do something else.
I can tell this is bothering you.
Nah, I just got to come up with something to do with it. What if I leave it in here?
That actually may work too.
They'll probably call me and tell me to come back and get
Probably so. All right, we'll be back. Hang with us. We got some NFL football to talk.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes after the hour. It's the kickoff hours, the Rick and Bubba Show. Helmsy here alongside Greg Burgess. Greg?
You know, this portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by allform.com/Bubba. Now, we're quickly moving towards the holiday season. Being comfortable in your own home is important, and a new couch or chair or sofa for the family room, your living room, well, that may be what you need. Allform makes outstanding, high-quality, handmade American furniture, including armchairs, sofas, sectionals, and love seats at affordable prices. What we also like is it's all customizable. It ships right to your front door, right from the factory in North Carolina. You pick the fabric, the color, the leg type, and make sure it's perfect for you, and it comes right to your door. All of allform.com/Bubba furniture arrives fast, and shipping is always free. Now, think about this. You could have your new chair or sofa within 3 or 4 days. Customize exactly the way you want it. If you're worried about you won't like it, no problem. It comes with 100-day free trial with free returns and a full refund. So go to allform.com/Bubba, save 20% off anything you buy and get a forever warranty. That's allform.com/Bubba to save 20% off of everything you buy, or you can go to the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Allform.
Allform. Oh, maybe that's where we need to get our next couch.
There you go.
Versus your office.
There you
How about
go.
that?
Since y'all think, my office couch stinks.
I'll send that website to Amanda today.
That's what you need to do.
And so we talked about that last segment. I wanted Greg's couch and love seat that he keeps up here. One is in my office, the other in his. We don't have room for it in the new studio. Yeah. And I thought, man, bringing the couch home, and Amanda has denied that. So threw a flag and said,
I'm taking it
to
the break room at Summit.
We also talked about the Tom Hanks movie Finch on Apple Plus.
You said it was a good one.
I do want to say this because I certainly don't want to steer anybody in the wrong direction here. This is a good, from what I understand, good, clean movie. Now, the robot does say the S word at one point when Tom Hanks says it, and he repeats it, and I just thought that was funny. Yeah, it was like a 4-year-old, trying to learn, it was funny.
You like this robot, I've noticed.
Yesterday, I talked about Dopesick, the movie, the series with Michael Keaton, and I said that's a good series. And somebody sent me an email and said, hey, that's not a good series. There was cussing, there's this
look, here's what I've learned. And don't suggest anything to anybody.
Well, and here's what I told the guy. Good doesn't mean clean. When I'm giving a rating, this is about big pharma. This is about them controlling it, and it's reenacting, just like a war movie would reenact something. They're reenacting. They don't throw. Now, there's a few cuss words here or there, and it's pretty brutal and some innuendo. But I would never sit my family down and us watch Dopesick together. I wouldn't. But I didn't say it was clean. I said it was good. What I'm telling you about Finch is it's good and clean. Unless something happens later on, it looked like a pretty good family movie to watch. He might, Greg. You never know. And I've only seen 45 minutes of it, so take that.
You don't know.
But usually by then you pretty much know. I did hear the robot say one cuss word.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Last night, NFL football, did you give it anything?
No, I didn't. But I
game.
saw that it was a really good game because I know I can't stay up and watch the end, so I don't even bother.
The Steelers took down the Bears 29-27. It looked as if, and I'm seeing this confirmed this morning, the Bears actually had a chance with a field goal to win it and didn't get it done. But Ben Roethlisberger just continues to do what he does.
Big Ben, still hanging in there.
Yeah, I know Brady's the GOAT, and we should put him at that level, but we ought to study Ben too. He's his own little marvel. I mean, goodness gracious.
Came from a small college. Remember, he was highly drafted.
Yeah.
But and actually out of that quarterback class that year, he started, I think, before any of them. So he's had a good career so far.
So you were telling me something very interesting. You said, hey, have you ever wondered what a water boy in the NFL makes?
First of all, I don't, according to the article, that's the headline. How much does a water boy get paid in the NFL? Did they still go by water boys? Well, one is politically incorrect, and two is
what about hydration consultant?
Well, like Bobby Boucher. But it says, how much does a water boy get paid in the NFL? Like, say, there's water boys that existed in athletics as far back as 1869. Didn't know that. The most famous was Bobby Boucher from the water boy.
But, of course, he's not real.
He's not. Let me tell you, what do they do? What they officially do? Their main task is to keep the players hydrated by making sure there's always water and other liquids available to the players while they're playing and training. They also provide the players with towels and get rid of the towels for them. Okay, so for that, in the NFL, a typical starting salary for a water boy is $53,000 a year.
Not a bad gig.
Not a bad gig. However, with more experience, one can earn a lot more. They also provide certain perks that can help push their salaries even higher. So you're starting bottom of the barrel water boy in the NFL, $53,000 a year.
Well, and I would honestly, I mean, we're just, we can make fun of the movie and all that, but these hydration, you're responsible for a lot that goes on with these, between the nutritional Gatorades and Powerades and the waters and different things that they have over there is very important for a lot of people.
How about this? It says the job opportunities are usually advertised on the NFL website, and if you have high school experience or college, that definitely helps you get the job.
Really?
Mm-hmm. So you could actually work and go, because they said, and this starts at 53, and they said more experience, you can earn a lot more, and plus you get a lot of perks that kick it on up.
What do they have a specific name that they call it?
It doesn't say here. They're still calling them water boys. No way they're still getting away with that.
I don't really
For many reasons. One, because, nowadays anything that's because, you can't be a female one. Okay. But two,
would that be your voice you would use for that?
The stigma that comes with water boy, you think Bobby Boucher, and, you think, I'm sure I bet when you go to the NFL website, I bet it doesn't say water boy that you're applying for. Just me.
It was, and I would like them, I would want to be called like a hydration something. It doesn't necessarily have to be consultant, but
engineer.
Hydration, engineer would be.
But think about it, you get to travel with the team. You get to
front row seat to a good football game.
You get to go to camp.
The best athletes on the planet.
Once camp starts, you're working.
Yeah.
All the way through if you make the playoffs.
One of the things, and one of the things that I back to the game, Ben Roethlisberger said last night, it was funny. He
actually thanked the water boy after the game.
This was a pregame, and Rick has mentioned this, and I think we're all turning into these people where we enjoy the pregame and the highlights and the music to it and the interviews and those things more or equal as the game itself. And last night, Ben Roethlisberger was talking about how he still remembers the fact that when he was a kid, in 14, 15, 16-year-old high school kid, middle school kid, him having to beg his parents to stay up to watch Monday Night Football.
Oh, yeah.
And he said, I still remember, I still think about this. Take that, parents. I get to stay up all night tonight and watch it because I'm playing still.
That's funny because
we can all relate
my
to that.
parents, the same thing.
Yeah.
On Monday Night Football, if it was a good game, we were into it, they'd let me stay up till it was over.
Kind of made me think I'm a bad parent because for some reason I don't do that. I just let them stay up and watch the big games if they want to. The ones that, Braden's the only one that cares anything about it. But all during the World Series, I never said, Braden, you got to go to the sixth inning. I'm like, hey, just turn it off when you get, when it's over.
Now,
so I guess
the next morning when they came to get us up and we didn't want to get up for school, they would go, "Okay, I'm not going to let you stay up anymore if you can't. I told you,
and
we
did
have
that
to get
too.
up."
Yeah,
because we'd try to stay in the bed.
Tonight we'll have college football playoff rankings. They will change and change significantly because Michigan State got beat last week. Wake Forest got beat last week. Cincinnati, they didn't look good last week.
It didn't help their cause at all.
At the top, I'm assuming at the top we'll have Georgia, Alabama. That will not change at all. Michigan State was at 3. They'll drop. I don't know how far they'll drop. So that'll move Oregon up and Ohio State up. Now, the only loss for Oregon is Stanford, and the only loss for Ohio State is actually Oregon.
Yeah.
So I think that will more than likely be the top 4. Who knows what will happen? I think you'll see Oklahoma move up a good bit. They're still winning. I don't think Cincinnati drops. I think they stay where they are.
Yeah.
I think you're going to have Michigan move up a little bit, Michigan State move down a little bit. Notre Dame still hanging in there with one loss. Their one loss is to Cincinnati. I looked at their schedule this morning. Just they have played no one.
I know,
and that's unlike Notre Dame. I don't know. They usually
went to overtime to beat Florida State, who is not great.
I kept when I started listing out how far, because I know you don't want to talk about teams. There's no sense in bringing up rankings that teams don't have a shot to get in the playoffs.
That's me. Yeah.
And I don't think Texas A&M may have a chance to if Auburn or Arkansas was to beat Alabama, then A&M may have a shot to get into the SEC championship. But with 2 losses being to Mississippi State and Arkansas, I just don't see them in the playoff discussion at this point.
And this, I heard a really good argument. This is why moving to 8, or this person was talking about a 12-team playoff. Now there's only a handful of teams that have the season's pretty much. I mean, nobody else's really matters. But if you had that 12 spots, you got a lot of games that are going to be very important trying to get in those spots, and that would make all games count all the way to the end of the year.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people say, well, it'll dumb down the regular season. Actually, it'll make it more exciting because they're going, hey, we got a chance to make this thing.
Let me ask you this.
A lot of teams would – then we could go past the top. You know, we could go down in the 15s to 20s and say, can they jump up in there?
I've got Oklahoma State at 10. I think they're still sitting there with some sort of a shot because they still have a couple games left on their schedule. If you're having to rank Michigan and Michigan State loses to Purdue. Michigan's only losses to Michigan State. They're going to be close in the rankings. Which one of those do you put first? Do you go?
I'll go head to head.
Head to head. Okay. Even though Michigan State looked pretty bad against Purdue. That was the most recent deal.
See what you're. I just have a hard time with not.
I do too. I'm the same.
I don't know. I'd be tough. That's why you need more spots.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, we'll unveil that tonight. ESPN, you'll see that, and then we can discuss tomorrow. But I think that's it's not going. The top 4 shouldn't really surprise anybody at this point. So. It's fun to talk about for sure. We've got 3 undefeateds left: Georgia, Cincinnati, and Oklahoma. I'm not giving Oklahoma enough, and I'm not giving this new quarterback enough.
I know.
Of course, I always say that, and then they end up making it, and they disappoint everybody.
They get hammered.
All right, we'll be back. Several things to discuss, and then the boys will join us at the top of the hour. Hang with us. You're listening to The Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It certainly is. 53 minutes after the hour. Welcome in. Helmsy here alongside Greg Burgess. Speedy out this week on vacation. We're touching base with him. He's doing fine. He's up with his dad, who is recovering from open heart surgery. So Speedy's spending some time with him.
Helping out,
hanging out, loving on his dad, and I love that. So we are a few minutes from Rick and Bubba joining us. So welcome in there. YouTube, radio, podcast later on, if that's your jam. My Raycon earbuds wouldn't do you any good, but I hope yours are working fine. RickandBubba.com for everything, Rick and Bubba. Greg, I don't know what direction you want to go here. I hate to even open up this can of worms because it's not going to – it's Trump. Trump came out yesterday.
Here go the callers.
Trump came out yesterday and said – he will probably announce, or I don't know if it's yesterday or the day before, he will probably announce he is running for re-election after the 2022 midterms, and it's got a lot.
How old will he be then?
He's 70, late 70s.
Okay. I don't know. Good idea, bad idea? Help?
Yeah.
Or hinder?
I think anybody at this point, honestly, with Biden's approval rating being so low.
Oh, yeah,
38%, by the way, in some polls. And here I heard someone say this. Imagine what it would be if he didn't have the mainstream media picking him up.
Exactly.
I mean, it's at an all-time low for most presidents now.
Well, it should be.
Yeah.
And look, this has nothing to do with political affiliation. Just look at results. You know, I don't care if you're Democrat or Republican, and you're starting to see this. Some of the Dems are going, hey, now. It's a complete disaster.
Well, I'll answer your question, and you can send your email directly to speedy@rickandbubba.com. I think Trump needs to be involved.
Yeah.
I think he needs to get I'm not so sure it wouldn't be a bad idea for him to be maybe on the ticket, but I don't think he needs to run for president again. And I think
I'm going back and forth on it. You can see the benefits, but you can also I don't know if that middle ground people that can stomach him. You know,
I'm looking for a win here.
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying. I like the way he ran the country. I thought the economy was great.
Now there are many polls,
all that, but I'm trying to figure out how to win.
There are many polls today, or not many polls. There's a poll out today that showed if the election was held today that Trump would beat Biden in an election. Now a lot can change in a couple years, so I'm a huge Governor DeSantis fan. I'd like to see somebody
DeSantis like he don't want it.
I know. Well, and his wife has got cancer, and they're walking through that, and it may just be bad timing on that front. But I would like to see someone like him, and then Trump just get behind them and pull all of the Trumpers. And I'm included in that. By the way, I'm a Trump fan. I hate to break it to everybody that doesn't think that.
I'm not delusional,
but I am.
And that think that they're going to pull Biden out of office and put him back in, and all these dates and all that mess we were dealing with every day on the phone. People mad at us saying that the election was overturned and all that. I'm not to that point, but you're absolutely. I voted for him twice.
Yeah, I did too. So and would vote for him a third time if he runs. I just don't know that this is the best strategy to win, and that's the question.
It may be the best. I don't know.
Yeah. And who am I? I mean, I'm not an expert, but I don't know.
James Carville?
I just didn't. Hey, I tell you this, it didn't work this time around. And I know it was different, and pandemic and voting, and we had some fraud in certain areas, but now it wouldn't have overturned the election. But people still seem to think that. But
I think, like we've said before, I think this last time he kept catering to his base, which he hadn't. He already had their votes. It was the people that were on the fence that his personality kind of rubbed the wrong way. That's who he should have went after.
Yeah,
because he had the others. You ain't got to go play to the crowd. We got you.
Well, it's going to get interesting, and if he and him already making those type of comments tells me that after the midterms, we're going to have a lot of stuff to talk about.
I love his statement, though. It's going to make a lot of people really happy.
I do. I like it, too.
I do miss all that.
I do, too.
Of course, sometimes he went too far, and you wished he hadn't have said things. But, oh, my goodness.
We'll see how it plays out today. But that's out there the last few days, and I don't know that we've really touched on it. But
of course, I was watching – speaking of politics, the Colin Kaepernick thing on.
By the way, the Netflix thing is the most corny thing. It's so corny.
If they're trying to make a point, they do it in a corny way. Like we were talking, it's almost like the Goldbergs or something like a sitcom. The way because he narrates and then they have actors playing him, and the things they do just seem corny. They just. But what made me remind that if you notice how they'll edit Trump's speeches, and they make it say soundbite instead of showing they do it a lot in that.
Yeah,
but.
Well, and that's
they'll pull one sentence that he said and then stop it there, and you're like, oh wow.
Well, and here's another thing: the demos do seem to that's all they continue to talk about is Trump.
Yeah.
That is for some reason they think that wins them elections, and as they saw in Virginia, it does not.
Yeah,
they're going to have to stop that. I hate to be a strategist for them, but
and
it's not really hard.
And the guy in Virginia, he didn't ask for Trump's endorsement or anything. He kind of separated himself, and then Biden still refers to, the Trump voters put him in.
He talked about, what he talked about, Greg? Issues facing everybody today. He talked about critical race theory. He talked about inflation. He talked about gas prices, all these things that we're actually having to deal with as human beings on this planet and in this country.
Exactly.
And no mention of Trump. So we'll see. Going to get interesting. I get caught up. I kind of take a year or so off from kind of looking at it, and then as the midterms come around, I start dialing it in a little bit.
Of course, I keep seeing those stickers on the pumps people putting of Joe Biden.
I wish I'd have thought of that.
That is hilarious.
It's fantastic.
Somebody's just randomly putting them out.
Rick and Bubba, join us next. rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Kind of like you just did again. 6 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number.
Waking on that
Brand new hour has begun.
Gonna be a big star.
We started with the national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. We're ready to unpack another hour. We've already started another day with the kickoff hour with the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. Speedy on vacation this week, and we'll try our best to see if we can't filter through the stories of the day. We also want to talk to you at 866 We Be Big. Find out what's on your mind. Will It Meet is in play. That could happen on the program today as we move it forward. Stay with us. Find out everything you could ever want to know about the Rick and Bubba Show by going to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Let's bring him in here, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama, if we want to get the whole team on the field. Most of you know him best as the Silver-Tongued One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates.
I'm free to face the life that's ahead of me. I'm born on a captain. Come on. We'll search for tomorrow. Come sail away.
How about you, Sticks?
Sometimes when we find out what song we're going to start the big show with, sometimes it's as simple as I wake up and it's on my mind while I'm taking a shower.
Yeah, that's a good reason.
That
happens to me a lot.
That happened with this one.
Did it really?
I saw, and I thought,
where does all that come from?
I have no idea. Why in the world would I wake up to start the day singing "Come Sail Away" by Styx
Didn't hear it
Come and
yesterday.
say hello,
Haven't
hey.
thought about it, and I don't know when.
Rick, I pretty much have a thing that anytime you want to play Sticks or Foreigner, it's all good.
I know that.
You know, there's no problem.
Well,
there.
I will go as far as to say, Bubba, to your point, and I thought to myself, I did not include Foreigner because I try to delve out Foreigner, I think, at a pretty good pop, but it hit me that I don't play enough Sticks bed music.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Right. But some of it, honestly, Sticks doesn't lend itself to bed music with a lot of their stuff.
No.
Because, like, I'd love to do Refugee, but it starts cold. I mean, not Refugee,
Blue Collar Man.
Renegade. Yeah.
Oh, Renegade.
Yeah, see, Renegade starts cold, so that, and if I could get to the, I mean, it's not good bed music because he starts
Fooling yourself pretty good.
Fooling Yourself's not bad. Blue Collar Man works great.
Oh,
I've
that's
done
perfect.
it. Yeah, I've done it. Too much time on our hands. We use that
Yeah,
for
we use
political
it a lot.
updates. So.
Yep.
So anyway, I don't know why I woke up singing "Come Sail Away." I have no idea.
What about when you wake up and it's one other day, and I told the guys on kickoff, I woke up with Steve Earle Guitar Town. I don't know why.
You got to be
Yeah, it
kidding
is
me.
an odd-
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, pretty baby. Yeah.
I had a problem.
Cool rockin' daddy now from Tennessee.
I got in trouble over the weekend by my wife for having a bad attitude about a song.
What are you doing with the bad attitude?
Well,
about the song?
because her point was, hey, I'm in a good mood. I'm just cutting up. Why would you say something negative?
Oh, so you said you didn't like the song?
Yeah, I
or-
said, by the way, that's probably a song I hate as much as any song.
okay.
She goes, well, that's a great reaction to me dancing around having fun.
Rick.
And I was like, I know. I don't know why. It just came out. I said, I'm sorry. It was Tainted Love by Soft Cell.
Oh, that is a tough one.
Yeah, I was just like,
Rick, it's hard to not comment
she-
negatively about that
and
song.
she was like just having a blast singing it.
It's electronic
Yeah,
sounding.
yeah. And I said, by the way, I cannot stand that
Tainted
song.
Love.
She goes, so I'm jumping around, having fun. It's a beautiful day. I'm singing a little pop song that I think is kind of silly, and you can't just enjoy it. You have to say you can't stand that song.
Yeah, in hindsight.
Yeah, in hindsight, but
You
it,
should
was,
just kept
but
to
it was a
yourself.
spine reaction.
Yeah,
You-
you're
hey,
being completely
How about
honest.
this? You bring Soft Cell Tainted Love toward me, I push back.
You do every time. Keep it at a distance.
Yeah, it's just one of those. And I think,
Don't get on me.
and I think what makes it really bad, which what I was seeing, is everybody seems to be okay with it.
Oh, I know.
You know,
I know.
I
People
think
love
I
it.
think that's the part that bothers me the most. It's like you know how you're screaming. Does no one else see this? We
That
shouldn't
song
embrace this song.
And any song by Depeche Mode.
Oh my goodness!
I can't handle it.
If you were forced, and I think I know the answer to this, and I'm uncomfortable with it,
Oh boy.
so I'm going to find a way to live with it. If you were forced today, you had to hear something by Depeche Mode or the Pet Shop Boys. Which way would you go?
Oh, Rick.
Pet Shop Boys.
Yeah, I knew
Because
Bubba's okay with the Pet Shop Boys.
I can deal.
Well, the choice you gave me.
By the way,
I would have to go with the Pet Shop Boys. I would. I wouldn't reluctantly.
Yeah. Did you know that I have a friend of mine that told me he liked the Pet Shop Boys, and I dialed him down? Like I moved him into a different category
You
of
said I
friends.
don't look at you the same.
I don't.
I can never be. We're friends, but we're not as close as we.
Now, it
once
wasn't
were.
to the point that the friend that I completely cut off when he started believing in flat Earth.
Yeah, that you told me about that.
That was somebody that was coming and said, I may be a new friend of yours. I said, not today, sir.
No, I'm sorry. You were working your way in, but you.
And
just
the
went
other
backwards.
the other one's a good friend of mine, so I didn't get rid of him, but I did demote him.
Yeah, and you look at him a little different.
Yeah, I did. I said,
So he
I
likes
see you different now.
I'm not saying that you don't sing.
See, it's okay because Bubba, I know Bubba is going to throw those things at me.
that's Bubba's
and that's
style.
part of my friendship with Bubba.
Yeah, that's-
but I thought this person could be trusted musically. I thought Bubba can't be trusted musically.
No, he can't. And I actually look forward to him throwing stuff
I
like
do
that
too.
out.
I do too.
And I'm like, oh,
But
because he's
listen,
consistent.
This person was somebody I trusted musically.
I'm very pop. I'm very listen to the radio.
Yeah.
I'm very
yeah.
over manufactured hit that just makes me feel
I
good.
mean, you have a streak going of bands that I like. You liking the one song that they did that I hated, and you claim it's their best song. I mean, it's like 10 in a row. I
like
don't know.
on Sticks, Mr. Roboto.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But see, I'm okay with that because you've always been that way. There's no surprise there. And I don't put any weight in it, and I look forward to it. It'd be like somebody saying, well, what do you think Rick thinks about this over here in our tech world? You're like, look, Rick doesn't care about tech.
Right.
So whatever he says about tech, it doesn't matter. And it doesn't bother me because he's never claimed to care about it.
Right.
You know,
Mr.
you've never
Roboto.
claimed to be a music purist. You're just looking for just raw entertainment out of it, and that's it.
Mr. Roboto may be the worst song. What? That's because who played it. That's so not them. But don't get me started. We've already been there.
It broke the band up.
Oh, it did.
Yeah. Bubba loves the song that broke the band up.
Well, they had to do that, all that acting on the stage, and we saw the concert. It was pretty good.
See, I hate I missed it.
See, if you're a Beatles person, it'd be like Bubba's the guy that likes Yoko Ono.
Exactly.
No, that's not the case.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
sleepless night.
There you go, Bus. 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show.
My head from what went down last night.
866 We Be Big is our number. All right, so we're going through a period of transition.
You gotta let this roll, right?
You want more? You want more of this? This is one of those that Bubba likes. You don't expect.
Blue morning, blue day. Won't you see things my way? Blue morning,
Can't you see?
what your love has done to me. Blue morning.
All right, so Bubba has requested that I drop in more Foreigner and Styx music. Both of them snubbed by the Hall of Fame. All right, so
How can it be?
yeah, really, when you look at what's there. So we're in a time of transition, and we've told you this, guys. The award-winning, really, remember, we are a show that has never won an award from the industry in which we work.
And some of you are not surprised.
No,
by that.
and that's never going to. Matter of fact, if we won the award, it means the show probably would have been structured to a point that you don't like it anymore as a listener, but yet the industry loves it.
We were kind of even hinting that maybe with the longevity of the show, it might be up for some consideration with the name of one of our CDs one year.
Yes, we did.
14 years, still no awards.
Yeah.
But you know what? Nobody really got the hint on that.
At some point, shouldn't we get like the Michael Myers Jason Award?
Because we just keep coming back.
You couldn't kill
that's
us.
a good one.
They're not very good, but they
man.
stayed in business for a certain number of years. So anyway, this studio that we're in right now, the Broadcast Plaza in Teleport, is about to go on the heap of Rick and Bubba history. How about this? The studio, let's look at it and give it its proper props right now, guys, in the room. It did win an award.
Yes, it did.
Okay, now the show that it housed, never, but the actual studio.
We did win a marketing award, but it was not an industry award.
No, it wasn't an industry award. I think it wasn't that even local.
I think they're just saving up for the big Hall of Fame thing.
Oh,
Yeah,
sure,
that's
I'm
what
sure
it is. That's what it is. But anyway, so this studio was really in its day 14 years ago. It was the latest technology. It was really, really impressive. And she's just the other day there was actually I believe water mixed with urine leaking in.
Yeah, that's always good.
So
how's that for an award winning?
She's limping home, but we're at the point now where we say goodbye to the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport at the end of this year, and an unnamed studio that we will roll into in 2022. We'll get in it, see how she feels, and then name that one. So we're in transition. So when I get into the automobile today, my Hendrick 1500 with the lift kit like I like it, and I'm going out of the driveway, I hear the kickoff hour, and I don't pick up what's happening. I realize something's going on with Helms and his wife, and then I think it's only about Greg's couch and love seat, and that's what I think it's about. But then I missed a key part. But then I heard him refer. We said it in the break. Undoubtedly, the Apple folks have written Tom Hanks a big check.
Yeah.
And he's starting to do movies that go straight to Apple Plus. And when I see Tom Hanks, he's on that list that I give the movie a shot.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just because I have respect for him as an actor. He usually delivers me something I like to see.
He's got a track record.
Yeah, he does. And so
It's kind of like Denzel. I always just, whatever he's in, I'm going to look at it.
Yeah, when you try to sit down and entertain yourself and you think, okay, I'm about to step into the swamp and the murk of entertainment.
Yeah.
Is there anything out here that my wife and I can watch that we won't regret spiritually? Just cutting straight to the point.
Right.
And so and the answer is not hardly ever.
No.
So when I saw that, I said, hey, I didn't know you and I had the exact same experience about less than 24 hours ago.
Yes.
On the-
less than 12 hours ago, really.
And I say, hey, look at that new Tom Hanks thing. Let's watch that. Sherry goes, what? And I said, well, let's watch the trailer.
Yeah.
And by the way, if I have the biggest beef with Netflix, would it kill you to let us have a trailer? Would it kill you to let us have a trailer?
Yeah.
How can I know whether I want to watch this if I can't watch a trailer?
They got that thing that'll automatically play sometimes, but that's not
Yeah.
even the trailer
not the
sometimes.
trailer.
Sometimes it's just a scene from
Yeah,
it.
it is.
It's
Most of the
weird.
time.
Would it
Yeah.
kill you to let us see the trailer?
Yeah.
But anyway, so we get about maybe 20 seconds, 30 seconds into the trailer. Sherry stops it.
So y'all didn't even start the movie.
No, and she goes, I'm not watching that. And I said, what are you talking about? I said, can I at least watch trailer? I'm not watching Tom Hanks, Greg, to your point, in some apocalyptic solar flare, end of time. She goes, they probably going to lecture us about global warming, and I'm not going to watch Tom Hanks interact with a robot. I'm not. She goes, that's silly, stupid, I'm not watching it. And I'm like, baby, let's give it a chance. And maybe I would come to the same conclusion. So you told me your wife had the exact same reaction to this movie.
We actually started the movie. See, and times this is what I do is because it only gives me a shot. Is I don't play the trailers when it's Tom Hanks because I knew she would probably be like, eh.
I admit I was bothered by the little silly robot, but I was willing to try to work.
What robot are y'all talking about?
He's called Finch, and he's got a robot.
Yeah,
and it's an end of time.
He's a robot builder.
Well, it's one of these deals where they are end of times. He's one of the last humans. And he's evidently some kind of engineer,
It's
genius.
the book of Eli, but he can see.
And he's already got one robot.
So it's book of Eli who can see who builds robots.
Yeah.
Okay,
Got a robot.
so
Instead
Greg,
of a girl,
that's not it. You haven't seen it.
Instead of a girl companion, it's a robot.
Greg, how about
wait a minute. Are you telling me?
And a dog.
Wait a minute. He's traded in Mr. Wilson, the volleyball, for a robot?
Yes,
yes.
Yes.
So
there is a robot,
And a
then he
dog.
builds this particular robot.
It's Short
and there's a
Circuit
dog
meets
in there.
Eli.
That's it.
Yeah.
I mean,
So why is civilization ended?
we
What
don't
was
know.
the
We didn't get to
cause?
watch it.
Bubba,
know why.
I didn't get through that because
They burnt the sky.
actually it was solar flares
Solar flare.
and things, and now we're dealing with radiation. And anyway,
That can happen. That's real.
So what happened in our house is I realized about 15 minutes into it I was in trouble. She grabbed her phone. That was the first sign that I knew this is going south for me as far as us watching this together. But then I saw she was texting one of the moms that she does support for with lactation consultant. So I thought, okay, well, she's applying the need here.
Right,
so that's important. Well, then all of a sudden I see her on Instagram and I thought I've lost her. And then I asked her, hey, are you not going to watch this? She goes, no, this is silly. I'm not. I can't watch a robot and a dog and Tom Hanks communicate all night. I just can't do that.
My wife had the exact same reaction. She threw in a little bit. I'm not going to be lectured about global warming.
Well,
and I said, maybe the solar flare. We don't know that.
Yeah. Well, I stopped at 45 minutes in. I'm going to go back and I just got tired.
Well, I want to see that.
I think you'll like it, Bubba. I think Tom Hanks is. I think he's
if Greg
funny
likes
in
it. I like it.
Greg
doesn't like
Yeah,
it.
Greg said he's not watching a modern day Short Circuit.
Yeah.
But to your point,
that was a great movie.
There it is. He predicted. He said, "Watch, Bubba's going to say he loves Short Circuit."
Number 7. Or what was that robot? What number was it?
I don't know.
Johnny 5.
Johnny 5.
Johnny 5?
I think so, Johnny. In
Well,
Short
you were
Circuit.
a kid. I get why you watched it.
But to your point, it's rare that we can fire up the TV, not worry about kids coming in the room. There's some cuddling going on. It's good night. She's not watching that. I'm
Sherry
like,
wouldn't even get through the
goodness
trailer.
gracious.
I can't believe we had the same experience, really around the exact same time.
Yeah.
I couldn't even watch the trailer.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
got something to say, you should hear it. Oh, I'm happy to make time for your feelings, but you have to admit I already do.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being here. Well, it's that time of year when we start rolling through the holidays, Thanksgiving, Christmas, the New Year. And so going to be spending a little more time with family. And as things with the pandemic seem to be, at least for this time, waning and getting better. And you do see people getting together more. So this Christmas season should be a little bit of a different animal. We certainly hope so. But one of the things that you can do is you can go to Ancestry.com/Bubba, and you can find out all sorts of things about the origin of your family, the true origin. You can find out your true ethnicity, and with the billions of records that they have, you can't. You'll do more than just go, well, I think my family came from this part of the world. Now, we can get you down to the region that they came from, get you down to the town that they came from, find pictures of your great-grandfather, and this kind of stuff. And if you'd like to get this information, what fun it would be to do this with family during this most wonderful time of year, go to Ancestry.com/Bubba and get your Ancestry DNA kit and start your free trial. You'll also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Again, Ancestry.com/Bubba. That'll help you get your Ancestry DNA kit, and then you'll start a free trial. Again, that link is at rickandbubba.com, too, and it's also a great gift idea for someone in the family. Bubba, we've got an update. I know. Is this the launch you were supposed to see and it got canceled?
No. This is a return from the International Space Station.
Okay. Is this the bunch, though, that you were supposed to see and then they went off a weekend later?
No, they've been up there for 200 days.
Oh, just different bunch.
Yeah, they went off early this year.
Okay. The SpaceX crew, the Dragon Endeavor, as you said, 200 days on the International Space Station.
Ooh-wee.
They returned after a weather delay happened on Monday night, and we have audio and video of them coming in.
Yeah, it was a nighttime splashdown off the coast of Pensacola.
I wonder if Ted Traylor was there.
You know, I
Copy, we heard the name.
Endeavor, on behalf of SpaceX, welcome home to planet Earth.
Hey, Chris, it's great to be back to planet Earth. Thanks to the SAE and Jackson teams. It was an honor to represent you and work with your family. Look forward to seeing you soon.
There he is.
Have you ever noticed most space communication, it sounds like the people that put in the drive-through speaker
It does.
is in charge
It
of it.
does.
And,
It
you
does.
know, I understand why, but it seemed like we could work on that just a little bit.
Well, you go back to look what we've accomplished. Can we not get the audio back?
Yeah. So they came in, and Rick, because it was a nighttime landing, I was already getting footage this morning from people on the east coast of Florida and South Alabama, Georgia, who was able to see it re-enter the atmosphere last night around 9:30 our time. And, it's really several people had sent me email footage of it this morning. It was really spectacular to see that streaking across the sky. Kind of cool. You just don't see that every night.
No, you weren't up for this.
No, I didn't. I wasn't up. But I wish I could have seen it. If we'd have maybe had a little better, hope of seeing it, could have. But
No, right there.
It was. Look at that. How cool is that?
Didn't they have a problem? They're all wearing diapers.
Yeah,
I knew Greg was going to weigh on
I
this.
saw that story the other
the
day.
toilet on the capsule,
I'd say
they've
let's hurry
had
up and
a
get back.
problem with it, and they've had to repair and redesign the ones on the ground. But the one in space, obviously, was still messed up. So they did have to wear diapers on their way back. Just in
That
case.
is outstanding footage right there.
I
That
say
is.
whoever
That's
had
cool,
to
ain't
change
it?
them.
That right there.
See, now that, Rick, I know how you like a big event.
That's what I'm looking for.
You want something. You will see some fire in the sky.
That's
You
what-
got it right
that's
there,
what
man.
that's what I'm seeing right there.
How about the old atmosphere causing a little drag there?
I like that and like it a lot.
It's like a big grinding wheel.
I'm with you, Greg, but I don't
Look at
like the
that.
fact that they're in dirty diapers coming down.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know if any of you
They
have tried
having
to
them
get
big
a
diaper genies.
If you haven't tried to get a plumber to your house lately, it's very hard to do, very costly. So can you imagine trying to unstop a toilet 200 miles up in the air?
No, I can't.
So they're modifying those and getting that problem fixed. Look, let's face it. You'd rather have a problem with a toilet than the heat shield,
No doubt about that.
So so far so good, and they are back. And the launch that we were supposed to see that was delayed, I think they're going to try to do it again this weekend. It's had several delays. So.
Okay, they didn't do it last weekend?
No, they're still waiting to go. They had a medical situation with one of the astronauts, and I haven't heard what it was.
COVID.
It may have been. I don't know. So it's been delayed, but I think this weekend they're going to try again. So maybe they'll get that back up. And Rick, also from the world of space, and something very close to my heart and stomach, Heinz has said for the first time they now have made a Mars edition ketchup.
Oh.
Now you'll love this. They produced the ketchup with tomatoes produced here on Earth, but in a Mars-like simulator. A team of 14 astrobiologists worked for 9 months at the Aldrin Space Institute at the Florida Institute of Technology, or better known as FIT.
Right.
Growing tomatoes in a controlled environment with soil temperature and water conditions that would be similar to Mars. So they're experimenting how they can grow these crops. We're getting ready. We're headed that way. We're gonna land somebody on Mars before this is over. And they're gonna have to stay a while.
Yeah, you gonna drive out?
It's gonna take them a while
You're
to
gonna
get
turn around
there.
and just come right back.
Yep.
So
the good news is when they get there, they'll be able to grow ketchup.
Thank God.
how long would it take them to get there?
Oh, months. Probably 6 months, if I had to guess.
I think it's 6 to 9, something like that. 6 to 9 months.
just a long time.
It depends where in the orbit Mars and Earth are at any given time. So
I've got to have something, if I'm on flying it, that's going to be, I got to have some ability to move around in there.
yeah, well they will.
Yeah.
They'll have bigger ships at that point. They're working on. So we got to go back to the moon first. Get the kinks worked out, and then we'll be off to Mars. But it's an exciting time. Like I say, a lot of launches going off, a lot of good things.
Oh
happening.
yeah.
We were dormant for a long time. It's time to get on it. Here we go.
For you, this is it.
Oh yeah, this is great. This is here we go. This is what we should have been doing in the 80s.
Oh yeah,
getting with it.
Yep.
Rick, 7 months, 300 million miles.
It's a long way.
It's a long way. Even when you make a radio transmission, it's 20 minutes back to Earth, 20 minutes back to Mars, so you have to wait 40 minutes to hear the reply for whatever you did.
A lot can happen in that time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you need something.
Yeah.
That.
You don't want to be making a fine adjustment on something, I'll tell you that. That's burning.
Right, yeah. That's it. So that's another successful trip to the space station and back.
Yep.
Other than the bathroom.
Other than a stopped up toilet, everything seemed to work well.
And I know that's a minor thing, but still,
you got to have that, Rick. You got to have that fixed.
Right.
But they'll get it. This is all new stuff, so they're getting it dialed in.
All I can think about is what do they do with the diapers? I mean, because you got to take them off. And,
well, you throw them in the garbage like any other diaper.
They got a big diaper genie in there.
Yeah. Some idiot will try to sell it on eBay.
No, you're right.
Seriously, somebody will buy that.
Yeah, I would really. To me, there's got to be a line that you draw on memorabilia.
Yeah.
Well, I may get me some of that Mars ketchup and try that out.
Yeah.
When the SpaceX astronauts landed, they were reported to have said that's one large diaper for mankind.
There you go. That pretty much sums it up. Greg, that mess one small dump for man.
Oh,
but a biggie for mankind.
But a good one for mankind.
So, Bubba, you think in your lifetime you'll see somebody go to Mars and back?
I do. I think we're going to see that in our lifetime.
In your lifetime.
You got folks like Elon really pushing the needle on this.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to get that space launch system up from NASA first of next year and circle the moon with it. It'll be big.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events, things that you need to be aware of. So if you want to get out and catch some man churches, well, we got a lot of those coming up, too. Thursday night, Scott Dawson in the land of Laurel, Mississippi at Journey Church as they continue the men's discipleship strategy. You can see Dawson Thursday night. Sunday night, I'll be at Pine Grove Baptist Church in Center, Alabama, wrapping up my part of 2021, then taking a little break, but they're starting the men's discipleship strategy, so they'll be there. That same night, our own Helmsy will be over at Gunnersville, First United Methodist Church, on the 14th of November. He will be doing a man church there, and then you can also get him in Madison, Alabama on the 17th of November. Helmsy will be there. That'll be man church number 2 for them. Rich Wingo at Winfield Baptist Church in Winfield, Alabama on the 21st of November. Helmsy will be at First Baptist Church in Pelham on the 21st. And then Garnett, West Mobile Baptist Church on December the 11th. So that's a lot of things you can find out about man churches coming up. You can find all that by going to themanchurch.com. Also, you can find, if it's anybody involved in the show, you can find that at rickandbubba.com. And also yesterday we announced the man event coming up February the 4th at Olive Baptist in Pensacola, Florida. Those tickets are on sale now. Those links, that link is available on rickandbubba.com, burgessministries.com, themanchurch.com. Charles Billingsley leading worship, Hugh Freeze giving testimony, and Sherry and I will also be speaking at that event. It's one night only. Those tickets on sale now. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. Bubba, also a rush yesterday on Rick and Bubba grilling stuff at our store. I think people, like, you've heard the warnings go out about trying to get things shipped to you on time. And I'm not saying that these items that are in the Rick and Bubba store, like the spatula and these other things, that they're never going to be available. What I'm saying is when they run out, we will not be able to replace that.
Yeah, we can't get them either.
It'll be probably it could be second quarter of next year before we get them.
Right.
The average on replacing stuff like that right now is months more than weeks now. So anyway, that's just me helping you out. I don't want anybody to be disappointed. Now, if you don't care when you get them, then you may be okay. But
who in the world thought that shutting down the economy and then paying people not to work would cause us supply chain issues?
Let me tell you, it's a mess out there. Sherry came home from grocery shopping yesterday, and she said the shelves are empty.
I know.
She said I bounced around to more than one grocery store and finally found stuff I was looking for, basic stuff.
Yeah.
She said, I'm not talking about, stuff I'm trying to find just to fix dinner.
Yeah.
So it's a problem, and there's a reason there's a problem, and I think as Americans, we need to hold everybody accountable that has caused this problem.
Absolutely.
Because this is not the way this country is clunky and clumsy right now and is operating incredibly inefficiently. And there's reasons why this has happened, and you need to find those reasons and understand those reasons, and you need to block anybody else from trying these ridiculous things again because you see what it causes. The gas prices are through the roof. So
by the way, they're twice the price of what they were during the pandemic.
Look, can I just ask some of you out there that I understand, Orange Man bad, he's mean, he makes us uncomfortable, he's rude. I got all that, but do you think this administration is doing a good job? I'm talking about maybe they're not as mean. You think? Sometimes I see them say things that are quite mean, but I know that it doesn't feel mean to you because they reflect your worldview. So you we're all homers. So when they're mean to people, as long as it's people not like you, you don't care. Yeah. But Trump made you feel bad, so because you thought he was being mean to you. So,
a lot of it's tone.
Yeah, so he had to go.
Orange Man bad.
The Orange Man bad.
Yeah.
But let's say
Orange Man have low gas.
Yeah, and if you want,
Orange Man have supplies.
I have no problem, but I'm more.
Orange Man has jobs.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do about Orange Man bad now. I can't do anything about any of that. What I'm asking you is, do you think this current administration? I can't even remember the last time I even saw the vice president.
I don't know.
And
she's down there handling that border.
She may be hanging out with the California governor.
Yeah,
He's
right.
missing in action.
That's right. Ever since he got his third shot.
I was going to go to that too. So, but do y'all think? I just want look.
Hey, Gavin, how's that shot?
I understand the argument about your worldview of politics and taxes is different than mine. I got all that. You may see the world from a moral standpoint differently than me. I got all that. I'm asking you this. We can certainly have different views and agree to disagree and all that. Do you think this administration is running this country well? Do you like what's going on? Is this?
Are you talking to me?
No, I'm just asking the people out there. Now,
I think we know your answer.
If I know people the way I think I know them, I believe what you'll do at the disaster of this administration, I think if you're somebody who won't be honest, you'll say this is somehow still Orange Man's fault and the pandemic. That I think in that word that you run to every time you think this administration is a disaster.
Rick, I heard them blame Orange Man for some things that I'm like, what?
Yeah. Well, but if I remember right,
they were blaming Orange Man for the problem at the border when Orange Man didn't have one.
But when I go back to this, didn't they also, when Orange Man would try to talk about how the pandemic caused some things, they wouldn't let him do that?
Right.
But then they do it.
Yeah.
But anyway, all right. So
if your whole platform has been undo what was done,
right?
That's all they've done, and it's just been a disaster.
So Governor Newsom in California, they're saying in this story he has disappeared for more than a week. Nobody can find him, but they want to assure us it had nothing to do with the COVID-19 booster shot that he just took.
Nothing, huh?
Of course, the fact that they have to say that means, what if, you ever had somebody bring something up and you're like, well, we didn't say that. We didn't even bring that up. Why are you bringing that up? Well, I want you to know how anything to do with the booster. We didn't mention the booster. We just want to know where he is.
Maybe out at the French Laundry again having dinner. Who knows?
Right. Well, you know what? And isn't the guy who just took the booster, disappeared while screaming, "Get your 5-year-old over here. We need to give him or her a shot."
Oh yeah. Let's get those 5-year-olds.
So they're saying it didn't have anything to do with that, but they're saying he was handling family issues.
Okay.
But said don't worry, he's gonna be back. And they said the controversy of his disappearance has been overblown, and so they canceled a lot of things.
Really, if I'm in California, I'm glad he's gone.
Yeah, me too.
He can't pass any more silly rules.
They said that his wife actually tried to address this on Twitter, and that tweet was deleted. Well,
you got to, whatever the, Silicon Valley says, we'll go with that.
Yeah, so
because they are the.
I'm sure
arbitrators of everything we say.
I'm sure it has nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
So anyway, and I know that the ongoing stuff that we have, and I would include in, are we doing a good job? I would include the mandates in that, because some of the things that the mandates are causing, and the mandates do not seem necessary. I got in kind of one of those things. Have you ever had a discussion with somebody, and it's like, you make a point, and then when they disagree with you, their disagreement is making your point.
Yeah.
Now, look. Sometimes somebody comes back with something. I go, okay, well, you're right. I see that. But I was.
Or that's a different way to look at it.
Yeah, I was debating someone on why the fully vaccinated are terrified of the unvaccinated. Mm-hmm. And then I said, because if fully vaccinated people can give you COVID as well, mm-hmm. then the vaccine really is looked at now with Delta variant like a treatment, which it seems to be a pretty good treatment. I mean, there are people who have a hard time with it, and it does give you some protection
leaky.
and all that. And
let's just say we all had we were all given a vaccine for polio. Mm-hmm. So somebody rolls in here in a wheelchair that has polio, I'm not in fear of them.
Right. Well,
right. I mean,
and it goes into that again. So I said, well, so you can get it from an unvaccinated person or a vaccinated person.
Right.
But you've done your job to make sure it's not that bad. So what are you terrified of if you can get it from both? And then they came back not realizing they were making my point. Well, those that are fully vaccinated, they've got much more protection against it. It's not as easy for them to get it. But now I'm back to why you're afraid of unvaccinated people then.
Right.
So if it's leaky but not very leaky, you're still making my point.
You're never going to have the 100% coverage that what we have with some other things that we have dealt with in the past.
But a fully vaccinated person and an unvaccinated person can still give you COVID if you're vaccinated.
Yeah, that is correct.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show from the broadcast plaza and teleport. Let's go. Helmsy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler, Speedy on vacation. We all move forward. Let's go. Bringing you back for another hour. There he sits on the number 2 microphone. Been there for almost 28 years. Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for allowing us to do this.
All right, so yesterday late in the show, the air fryer discussion broke out. And as everything in our society now, the air fryer could not just be ushered in as a nice, updated cooking tool that produces good food. People had to go to the point that they were claiming the best steak you ever have in your whole life is in an air fryer. The air fryer makes fried chicken better than Mama's. You know, and this kind of stuff. And I'm just like, everybody settle down. Everybody settle down. If you want to say it's a nice, new cooking piece of equipment that doesn't make a lot of mess and gives you good food, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
But we don't have to make these out. This is the world we live in now. Everything is exaggerated. It's a fake world. No, the air fryer is not going to make me the greatest steak that I've ever had in my entire life unless I haven't had very good steaks. Maybe my experience with steaks wasn't all that great. Maybe I've never really had a great one. Bubba, you told me when you were young you didn't like steak because you didn't realize that your parents liked it well done.
Well, I didn't know there was any other way to have it.
Right.
And I tried it as well done, and I thought, well, who in the world wants this? I'd rather have a hot dog.
Amen.
You know?
So, but anyway, so Helmsy decided yesterday, since he has an air fryer, and I want to give the Helms family a compliment. It seems to me that they are in the real world and they're level-headed about their air fryer. Okay, and that is, hey, we like it. It's good. Makes good food.
Yeah.
But we're not declaring that somewhere there's the world's greatest chefs are all shifting to an air fryer,
right?
Because they've discovered this is how they can make the greatest dishes the world has ever known. So that's just not true. Yeah. But it's certainly good. So. You went to have steaks on it last night?
We had some steaks that needed to be
ever.
cooked, right. And we actually were going to do it over the weekend, and just schedules didn't allow it. And so I told Amanda yesterday, I said, "Hey, listen, we need to put those on the grill." But then when I came home yesterday, I said, "Hey, did you listen to the show today? We talked air fryer. Turns out you can cook steaks in air fryer. Let's give that a shot tonight." And we did, and we went nuts. I cut up some potatoes real thin. Mm-hmm. And oiled those up, put those in the air fryer on the air crisp setting, and made some homemade chips, like some potatoes that are in it. Hey, really good, by the way. Mm-hmm. That's the kind of stuff this thing's designed for.
Yeah, sure.
So then I put a little salt and pepper on the steaks, put a little butter on top, and put them in there. And I run it on there's another setting. It wasn't the air crisp. It was another setting. I think it was bake and roast maybe setting. And ran it the way that I was supposed to, and they were good steaks. They weren't great steaks. They weren't
greatest steak you ever had, man.
They
Best
weren't
ever.
If I would have put them on the grill and brought them back, they would have been better.
Right.
The convenience of me putting them in an air fryer,
absolutely,
and walking away and waiting on that beep before I turn them over. And then wait on the beep again and not having to worry anything. That's great. Cleanup, all that's great.
Very convenient.
But it wasn't the best steak I've ever had. Now, that may have been on me.
But it was a good steak.
But it was a really good steak. And the kids loved it. Amanda loved it. And they loved the homemade. We had a really good dinner last night that was very low maintenance. Mm-hmm. But it wasn't the greatest steak I've ever had. I've had better on my grill, and my grill's not very good.
Bubba, I was thinking about after the overhype of the air fryer yesterday, and I'm hearing it everywhere, I thought to myself, maybe we should try the restaurant again, and all we prepare is stuff in an air fryer.
That's it, Rick.
Rick, what if it was called Air Rick and Bubba?
Air Rick and Bubba.
Hey.
Yeah. So it was good.
It was a good steak.
But it wasn't the greatest steak you've ever had.
But I was not blown away by it.
Rick, he obviously didn't know what he was doing.
Thank you, Greg.
Everybody else claims.
Now, I will say this. I think I can tweak it with, there's not a whole lot of marination that I do.
Put that olive oil, flip it over like that ladies do?
Yeah, I did, actually. And I actually looked up a couple recipes.
Did you leave it in Jack Daniels
and
for 3 days?
Several people
He tried to, but he kept drinking the Jack Daniels.
Sent me emails on how to prepare it, and I kind of went off each of those and And it was good. It was a delicious steak, but it wasn't the greatest I've ever had.
How about this? If you want to say you can make a really good meal real quick with no mess,
yes,
and it does taste good and you'll love it,
absolutely.
And but don't say. I'll tell you one thing: you put one in the air fryer, it's gonna be the greatest steak you ever had.
Wait a minute.
I sound like confused American.
Wait a minute. So, and Bubba, what I love, didn't you do some investigation? You discovered you actually have one?
Betty said we have one, and I don't know what she's cooked in it.
Has she cooked something in it?
Well, she says she has.
Have you eaten it?
I really don't pay that much attention to it. I'm like the dog. You put my bowl down, I eat. I don't ask a lot of questions.
That's exactly what I thought. Bubba, you know how a dog never asks you where this food came from.
No,
he just cooked it. He's just glad it's there.
Betty's a great cook, and it's all good. And hey, I love it.
However she prepares is fine.
That's right. Amen.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I got home.
How about seconds?
I guess the dog had been listening to the show. I got home yesterday, and he says, "Got any dog food in the air fryer?"
Yeah, because it's the best ever.
Right. It's but it's okay to say it's just good food, and it's easy to prepare, and it's a great. Hey, it's an upgrade to cooking. We like it. Easier. Sometimes I would rather. I might even say this fill in the blank. This taste of this meal that I made in the air fryer, based on how low hassle it was and how easy it was to clean up, that alone made it a meal more enjoyable than another meal that took longer to prepare.
Right.
But don't say it's the greatest food you ever had in your whole life because I've had great food. I mean, my mama was a phenomenal cook. My wife's a phenomenal cook. There's some great restaurants out there. I don't think the air fryer is going to fix me food better than what I've already had. I think it will fix me food that's good and was low hassle and there wasn't a mess. And I'm perfectly okay with it. And there may be certain foods, like I'm kind of fired up of getting one and cooking deer in it.
Yeah,
because something that things that you go, all right, let's try this. As a matter of fact,
and I'm sure you got to fine tune the recipes. That's the key.
It sounds like a good camp house thing to me.
Yeah,
I'm picturing myself taking a deer tenderloin, cutting it in some slices, maybe putting some peppers and onions with it, throwing it in there, and I'm thinking that might turn out good. Of course, I can do that in a frying pan.
And I've got to Bubba's point, I've got to dial it in. The first few times we cooked chicken and we cooked fish in it, we didn't have it 100% to where it was the best thing ever. You do have to work with it, and I'm sure there was some mistakes made yesterday on my part.
I do not think an air fryer can give me an item it can give me fried chicken and a steak and me say this is the best I've ever had. I just don't believe that.
That would be hard for me to.
It may give me another food item that I go, now in that area, the fryer's the best.
Well, like my potato chips that I made last night. Think about the high maintenance that would have taken if I was going to do that in an oven. And the length.
So you cut up a potato.
I simply cut up potatoes in very thin, round circles and put them and just dumped them into a bowl with a top with some olive oil and shook it up real good.
Wait a minute.
Just tossed them in, set the thing on like 15 minutes.
I like it.
Bring them out, dump them back in the bowl, and throw some Zatarain spice on them. Shake it up again, and I got an excellent little meal.
Nothing wrong with that.
So that was excellent for the little side dish that I did.
Is it the greatest meal you ever had?
No.
But it's good.
Steak was okay, and I do think I can even make it better than what I did.
What type of steak?
It was just the tenderloins.
Well, why is it not? Is it
Was it
is
tips
it
or just a sirloin?
Tips.
Is it crispy on the outside?
What, the chips?
No, the steak.
No, not really. No, it's just a steak. I mean, it's just a.
Does the steak come out like if you were to take a steak and make it either in a frying pan or in the oven?
In an oven, yeah.
It's cooked all the way through.
I know
it is. I know
people. I find it to be a little odd that they cook their steak every time in an oven.
Yeah, I do. I know people like that too.
I find that odd.
Well, and they've got it down to a science, and it's really good.
Yeah, but now if you want to cook me a roast, then that sounds fantastic.
Right. By the way, we've done roasting them.
Yeah.
How about a good pan fry?
That's camp house.
Good stuff.
People do both too. By the way,
Greg, Sherry's gone. I'm by myself. That's what that is. That's not fix that for people that we're about to get serious. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
"21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba." All right, so give you some updates on the stories that we've already brought you.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Aaron Rodgers, Bubba, he says he is upset with now being crucified for COVID vax explanation. He has, when it comes to not getting in line, when it comes to the vaccination and the way and those evil people that won't be vaccinated or they're protecting themselves another way. I'm still confused on why those of us with natural antibodies are being demonized. I don't. There's no scientific logic for that. It makes zero sense.
Well, he hasn't got that, though.
No, he doesn't have that. But I just threw that in there.
Now he
does, well, he will now. Yeah.
He said he's upset, Rick, about the way he's been treated.
And what does he mean by that?
And Howard Stern is calling for him to be thrown completely out of the NFL.
Well, you know what?
The reigning MVP.
There's nothing that I think sounds stranger than for Howard Stern to take the moral high ground on anything.
Yeah, really.
On one thing. But good gracious.
So Aaron Rodgers is he's a spokesperson for several people. One health group, I'm not familiar with this one, Prevea, has dumped him as a spokesperson over the weekend. But State Farm says that they will back Rodgers' personal point of view, and they are not dumping him. Now, they have spent a lot of money on him.
Yeah.
They have spent a lot of money on it.
Yeah, I think State Farm is saying, look, we're trying to sell insurance policies. We'll let y'all make the decision on whether this bothers you enough not to use our insurance or not.
Yeah, because we got some pretty cool commercials involving him.
We got some pretty and we spend a lot of money on them. We're not just going to flush that down the toilet. So Rodgers says that he tried to explain to everybody why he used the word immunized, but in all fairness, Aaron, that you know what you were being asked. And
he wasn't straightforward.
No, I think if Aaron Rodgers wanted to make a stand that he was not going to be vaccinated, and the NFL says you can do that. And if he wanted to make a stand saying the protocol they're putting us on is they're trying to pressure us to get a vaccine by making our lives so miserable that we give in, and I'm making a stand against that, I would go, all right, okay. I think you're standing up and you're trying to make a point, and I don't agree with you on everything, but I think I can understand why you're making that point. But you didn't do that. You tried to be deceitful. Now, do I think that Aaron Rodgers should be, the things that we get mad about and the things we couldn't care less about, that is odd to me.
Yeah.
Because there's things that Aaron Rodgers has done and could do and no one would care. But the fact that he had the audacity to try to play games with the vaccine, that's now going to make him the most evil person on the planet. And he's saying, I've been a little surprised by the backlash on this. So,
well, he's been the MVP. He gets treated, pretty good kid gloves with the NFL, so he's a little surprised that people are calling him out here.
Well,
you remember people got mad a few years ago when the Packers wasn't winning much, and he just texted out "relax" or something. You remember he was like, "Everybody be cool," and sure enough, they got it together later in the year. But I don't think he's used to being told no, and I don't think he's used to people getting on him, fair or not,
right?
Based on what he did, but if you want to be mad because Aaron Rodgers misled you on his status, that's fine. Should he be fired as a spokesperson for something? No. Should he be thrown out of the NFL? No. he's got COVID now. He's dealing with it, and he'll be back in a week to 10 days.
So he said I would have explained if anyone had asked me to explain what I meant by immunized. He said I was allergic to some of the ingredients in the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines, and I chose not to get the Johnson & Johnson due to some of its side effects. I'm not an anti-vax. I'm not some flat earther. I had an allergy to an ingredient that's in the mRNA vaccines. I found a long-term immunization protocol to protect myself, and I'm very proud of the research that went into that, meaning that I'm not going to have a hard time with it because the things I have been doing, just like people who are vaccinated and get it, don't seem to have a hard time with it. He thinks that he's going to be fine. But in all fairness, you should have just said that.
Yeah, you should have just said that to begin with.
Right.
Been straight up.
And I'm just talking about the fact that he was not being honest. I'm not talking about
because they had a protocol. If you're vaccinated, you do this. If you're not, you do that. And he was doing the vaccinated protocol, which he wasn't vaccinated.
And I'm okay with him saying, I think the protocol they're making, those of us that won't get the vaccine, is unnecessary and not fair. And I'm taking
can't portray yourself as
right. And I'll take a stand against it. But you pretended to be. You did say immunized, and nobody followed up the question. But you're kind of, you played a game with the NFL's protocol, and you got caught because you ended up catching it. Now, this whole thing about the way everybody acts about this is that's a different story.
Yeah, but, whole different deal.
But good news is, and there's people talking about this. And Greg, you said, I can't think of the doctor's name. We've played some of his stuff before that has the
Dr. Z or Dr. something.
What
is he?
We've got these antiviral pills that Pfizer's been working on, and Merck as well, and they believe that these pills, they are showing promising research, and they believe these can reduce the death rates. I'll tell you what this is turning out to be, and I'm sure I'm oversimplifying this, so forgive me for that. It's like when we started realizing we thought we couldn't do anything about the flu to get you through it, and then we came up with Tamiflu. Is that the one? Is that what it's called, the drug? I get that confused with the thing that you mix with hot water.
Theraflu?
That's Theraflu. Tamiflu is the drug, right?
Yeah,
correct.
Yeah. So Tamiflu, we came up with that, and people started taking it. Our family did this, like when one of our kids caught the flu one year, they put the entire family on Tamiflu, and we got to the other side of it with really no problems at all. And so they're thinking these drugs can do for COVID what Tamiflu does for the seasonal flu. And they said if they get this and it does what it looks like it can do by reducing death rates by nearly 90%, they say that the mandates will be obsolete. There'll be no need for them.
Yeah,
I think we're already there.
Some of the mandates are already obsolete when you're letting undocumented illegal aliens in by the busful. And now we've started, flying again, but you have to be vaccinated, or I think you have to have a test within 3 days. But
I don't understand the mandates right now because, as we've said 1,000 times,
they shouldn't be getting more restrictive right now.
What we have with vaccines, what we have with natural immunity, what we have with treatments, and the way that society is returning back to really very, very close to what it was when we didn't even. I mean, there's still masks, and some people want you to do. I got all that, but I don't think when you look outside at our current society, it doesn't seem to be mandate necessary. That window, even if however you feel about mandates, the point you were making why you thought they were necessary, that point doesn't seem valid anymore. Just where we are in the pandemic, it doesn't seem valid. I mean, even my own doctor. Mom and dad have moved, and so we're trying to find them a new primary doctor, and they're 80, and years old, and I was told yesterday, don't worry about the testing in the tent anymore, just come on in the office.
Yeah.
See, even that's starting to go.
And if I heard a CEO, one of these companies talking about FDA approval in December, they've got millions of these pills waiting to go out. This is the game changer if it happens, if they get that approval.
Bottom of the hour, we'll take your phone calls next on any topic. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
35 minutes past the hour. Let the people speak. Lines are available, and we definitely want to chat with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'd love to hear what's on your mind. Maybe you have a question you want to ask. Maybe you would say, hey, man, I want to talk to you about that. I take issue with this. I agree with that. Have you ever thought about this? Oh, by the way, I've been listening this amount of times. I've always wanted to ask you this. Whatever the case may be, bring it in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'd love to talk to you. This is always your opportunity. Let's go to Brett in Alabama. Brett, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. How are you?
I'm good. How are y'all?
Fantastic.
Hey, I don't know if you guys heard about Joe Biden's new mandate. Families of 2 or more are now required to cook all of their steaks in an air fryer.
I tell you, you know what? I would tell Joe the next time he's doing a mandate, what about him passing a test to show that he has any brain left?
Yeah.
A skills test on that.
Right.
Huh?
Yeah. How about why don't you have a doctor sit down with you, ask you some questions like what season it is?
Yeah.
Mike in Alabama. Mike, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic.
Hey, I just want to see if you'd seen where the Fifth Circuit put a hold on the vaccine mandate.
Yeah, several of those have happened lately, but it does, it doesn't appear the administration is listening to what the courts are saying in some cases.
We have a constitution. There's a way it's all supposed to work, and I tell you, we just keep taking that, putting it in shredder.
Oh, I'll tell you.
So there are some. There's legal opposition, and you're right. There are some courts that are saying, "Hey, the executive branch can't do this."
Well, a lot of them are holding it up until the exemptions can be heard. That's the technicality they're basing it on right now, while the other ones are working their way through the court.
Bo in Alabama. Bo, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick wasn't able to get in yesterday. You had posed a question, or just the way you said it, that you didn't understand why they're wanting to shut down another gas pipeline. I believe that's what it was.
Yes, in Michigan.
And the answer, yes, sir. The answer would be freedom. Automobiles represent freedom. And you remember when Obama was in there, he said, in paraphrase, we're going to get you out of those SUVs. And cars represent freedom. That's the reason
we did.
Do that.
I think we did discuss that. Somebody mentioned it in passing, and we have. But this really is just a ploy to make you so miserable. And this is what tyrannical governments always do. If they can't quite get you straight up and just take something from you, they try to make having it so miserable you'll eventually give it up on your own. And then, of course, we've talked about it so many times. This notion that electric cars are going to make the earth healthier is just so stupid it makes my head hurt. Look, if the electric car comes into the market and it's such a much better functioning product than the combustion engine, then the free market will remove the combustion engine from the economy, or they'll be over on some special lot for people who still like them. But this deal that we're going to make gasoline the price so high you'll run to the electric car, plug it in, and save the world, do I believe that tyrannical governments do that kind of stuff? Absolutely.
Well, here's the thing about the battery cars. Tesla, we'll take, for example.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure there is a small portion of people who buy Teslas because they think they're saving the planet.
Sure.
The people that I know who have Teslas are doing them because they think they're really cool.
And that's great.
And
that's called a market.
Yeah, they like the way they drive. They like all the bells and whistles. They like not having to stop to buy gas sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So it's got to stand on its own merit if you really want widespread approval of these things. And I don't have a problem with that. But I don't think the way the government's going about it is going to get it done. And if they do, it will just be at the cost of billions and billions and billions of dollars to our kids and grandkids.
The thing that they still, and there's not as much of it left anymore, and I will acknowledge that, but there is a DNA that still runs through the blood of some Americans. And this approach only causes them to dig in harder.
Yeah, just push back.
Yeah. And the tyrannical governments that think everybody sees the world the way they have, and that the constitutional republic and all this maximum liberty stuff is so antiquated and outdated, and the answer to all the world's problems as you see around the world is the government. All of our totally secular countries that have turned to the government for everything, they're doing awesome. And so that's what they think we should do. but they've miscalculated that there's still enough of that Patrick Henry DNA that's still there. Not as much.
But see, if it wasn't for free people like us, you wouldn't have the airplane, you wouldn't have satellites, you wouldn't have cell phone, wouldn't have a computer, wouldn't have the internet, wouldn't have all these modern medical miracles because we were free to invent them and seek the profit thereof. So this idea of freedom is still an experiment. But if you go back to the default standard, it's somebody in control telling you what to do. And that's how most of human history's been.
Yeah. Tyler in Gadsden. Tyler, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
What's up, guys? How y'all doing this morning?
Fantastic.
Wonderful. Hey, so y'all was talking about the air fryer stuff, and how you wanted to open up a restaurant, just nothing but the air fryer.
Yep.
We're gonna call it Air R&B.
Yeah, that's great. Instead of Airbnb, Air R&B.
That's a great one. Butler in Alabama. Butler, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How y'all doing this
Good,
morning?
man. How you doing?
Great.
Oh, man, I'm blessed, better than I deserve. We're calling because I'm trying to figure out, me and my wife just celebrated the 3-month-old, or we just had a little boy. He just turned 3 months old Saturday. And I'm trying to figure out, at what point do I stop feeling like Joe Biden walking around at a press conference? I have no idea what I'm doing. There's things going on back and forth. I have no idea, but she's apparently got it figured out. So just hoping you could, one man to another, help me out here.
So
you'll come out of the fog in about 21 years.
I was going to say that.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, it's about 55. I'm probably good at 55.
Well, there's a maternal instinct that they have that we're not in on, and you'll find your role in all this, and you'll discover that all this notion that men and women they're more than equal. They're interchangeable. They are equal, but they are not interchangeable. They're distinct and they're different.
We have our specialties.
By God's design. But the more you can get that baby on a schedule, the better your life is going to be, and it's good for the baby and for you guys. So there was a great book, and of course 3 months in, it's probably too late. But there's a great book that was given to us called Baby Wise, and it was very, very good, and it teaches you how to get the baby on a schedule and to have structure. And it does make things less chaotic.
Yeah, and sometimes they just need to cry.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and but at this point, 3 months in, though, it'd be I don't know. You really need to start that from the first day the baby came home.
Yep.
But anyway, you'll figure it out. But look how many people have pulled it off. It can't be that hard.
Yeah, just go to the mall and look at all them people.
When you look at this show and realize that all these people are parents, it can't be that hard.
Great point.
Let's go to Candace in Birmingham. Candace, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Good morning. I just wanted to bring up the fact that Aaron Rodgers is going through the COVID vaccine trauma, but they're not they're giving him more problems than Henry Ruggs, who killed a woman and her dog in her wreck.
Yeah, you're right. Far as the headlines of this week, there's a lot more outrage at Aaron Rodgers than there is Henry Ruggs.
I will say this, and you two bring up a great point. I will say that there is potential blowback for being too critical of Henry Ruggs, and you don't hear Terry Bradshaw giving a speech to Henry. But now you take Aaron Rodgers, you can do to him whatever you want, and there'll be no blowback on you at all.
Look, I like Terry Bradshaw because he's usually very down to earth. I didn't agree with his little rant about Aaron Rodgers. But if you go back, a lot of times Terry Bradshaw will go on a rant against another quarterback. I don't know if you've noticed that.
Right, yeah. But what I'm saying
That's
is
a good point.
The walking through the issues of
especially if they haven't praised him.
Right, you're right. I think that we were very fair and balanced on the Henry Ruggs thing of just telling the truth and the tragedy of the whole thing.
Yeah.
But that you got a lot more rules that you're handed for dealing with that than you do going after Aaron Rodgers. We're living in a world that your attitude toward the vaccine, you could be deemed the most evil person on the planet, but you drive a car 156 miles an hour into somebody and they burn to death while you're sitting there, then everybody. Which I mean, we should have balance, but we should have balance on all of it, not just some of it. Let's go to
look. Aaron Rodgers misled you. Be mad about that. Past that, he's going to be back in 2 weeks. You'll never remember any of this after that.
Let's go to Wes in Spanish Fort. Wes, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
How y'all doing this morning, guys?
Good. How about it?
Yeah, I don't know if y'all heard, but the brand name of the new pill that they're coming out with is Pfizer-Mectin. But the bad thing is it's got this nano robot that will hatch, and it'll implant in your gut, and they're going to track you that way.
Let's go to Bobby in Ohatchee. Bobby, go ahead.
Hey, Bill, Bubba Bussy, I got some lyrics from the song Mr. Roboto.
Hit it.
Don't nobody got no disco Roboto. Nacho Boogie Woogie.
Let's go to Tom in Birmingham. Tom, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey guys, good morning. We just got a memo yesterday coming from OSHA. There's a new mandate coming out that if there's more than 100 employees in a company, that the vaccine is mandatory, and if you don't get the vaccine, you have to get a COVID test once a week.
Yeah.
What's your guys' thoughts on that?
Well, we've talked about that a lot. I mean, a lot of people have called in. It goes back to what we said before. That is to make your life so miserable, you just go, look, just give me the vaccine.
Here's the thing, too. I would ask for a religious exemption just right out of the gate, if that applies to you. And if not, the current situation with the courts is that an employer can issue those mandates. Now, the employer's really not doing it. It's being forced on them from OSHA. So
right.
there's several lawsuits, and if you're inclined to, I would join one of them and take part in that, and the judge will probably stay all of that until it's settled.
You make a great point. When they were saying a private business has the right to make rules,
but
if
that's not what happened.
Yeah, if OSHA, a government organization, is making the private business hand down rules,
that's all different.
That's different.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 8 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. The real Greg Burgess and his wife, they made the move. He and Lisa, they sleep like little snuggly babies every night because they've got HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Answered a few questions about how they sleep, what's the firmness of the mattress they prefer, and then a HelixSleep.com/Bubba mattress was designed and customized for them, shipped right to their door. They got to sleep on it for 100 nights. They decided they loved it long before then, and we saved them $200 by going to HelixSleep.com/Bubba, and we do the same thing for you. Get truly amazing sleep by going to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Let them customize a mattress just for you and ship it right to your door with no obligation to keep it, with 100 nights to make your decision. So as we come back, Bubba, I did not know, and I don't remember this book that came out. What is this ongoing thing that everybody wants to tell us that actor Michael Landon, Paul, on Little House on the Prairie, is a jerk?
Rick or Little Joe from Bonanza.
Little
Let's
Joe
not
from
forget
Bonanza.
that.
Now, if Little Joe being a jerk, I could almost buy that. But Paul from Little House on the Prairie.
Some other lady, I guess she's got a book coming out or something. She says he's not a very nice person when the camera wasn't rolling.
Yeah, well, the woman who played his wife, she'd already made this accusation. And now, I hate to say it, this character I never liked, the actress that played Nellie. Remember Nellie?
You know,
I didn't like Nellie at all.
I never really got into Little House on the Prairie.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I recall it being on, like, I don't remember, like, I don't ever remember sitting down going, here comes another episode.
Seems like it
was
came
reruns
on,
for me.
It came on, and then Gilligan's Island came on,
Right,
or
it got
something like
locked in all
that.
that.
Yeah, it was in that lineup, and so I'd catch bits and pieces before something. Maybe it was even Saved by the Bell. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Now, Greg didn't miss it. He loved Little House on the
I
Prairie.
remember when it was in prime time.
Yeah. And now I remember you.
Oh, Rick, Michael Landon, what? Are you kidding?
And if I remember, you was a little sweet on the sister that went blind.
Mary? Yeah, half pint. I didn't really have a whole lot for her, but but yeah, Mary.
So now the actress Allison.
I hated Nellie.
How about the actress that played Nellie? She now
That's a good show,
has a new book. The on-screen wife's book, Karen Grassel, made these accusations in her book, and now we've got this actress who also worked with Michael Landon and says I agree with her.
So he was a jerk, and she says I second.
Here we go.
No, I read her book, absolutely. I gave her a blurb for it, and she was very, very forthcoming in the book. She didn't want to sugarcoat anything. And the reality is, when we were shooting Little House, it was the 1970s, and it was a little bit like, Mad Men. It was another era, and it was an old boys club, and I always said Michael Landon did swear. And when you read her book, you read how, she was actually quite religious growing up, whereas when I was growing up, the conversation at the dining table was like outtakes from Deadwood. So I didn't really notice, apparently, how much he swore. But she's very fair. When you read the book, she talks about her own alcoholism and her own issues and everything she went through. And she even says at one point that had she gotten sober earlier and dealt with her issues, she probably would have been able to sit down with him and work it all out. But it just wasn't to be. That his issues and her issues just really kind of like collided, and it was just two kinds of sandpaper. And that's how it was. And she's real straight out about it.
Yeah, all right, so off screen, the husband and wife on Little House couldn't stand each other, and they fought and argued.
How about that?
Rick, I refuse to acknowledge that.
That's right.
I say a happy family living on the prairie.
Adler, I sent you a picture on text, if you can pull it up. When we went to Tucson, Rick, you know that's where Michael Landon's from.
I did not know that, no.
And they have a statue to him there at the tennis courts. I guess he probably helped
Big
fund
tennis
some of
guy?
that. Yeah.
At the tennis court?
Yeah.
No
They got a
wonder he
real nice.
cussed so
They
much.
hosted the national tournament there, and it's a real nice place. And I had my picture made with it.
So, there it is.
There it is. You had no idea it was a jerk.
Michael Landon Center Court. Will we be taking this down now that the book is out? And he was.
Well, Ricky was mean. He cussed
Rick,
a lot.
I mean, I hate to say this. I didn't have.
Rick, that was fine-tuned athlete right there.
Yeah, let me tell you, that's something going right there is bringing back a championship. There he is. There he is. He is a net gorilla.
I think, like we talk about, we go with mindsets. In the 1970s, whatever his behavior probably wasn't that big a deal.
That's kind of
by
what.
nowadays standards, they'd have canceled him.
That's kind of what this actress
yeah,
just
she
said.
was. She wasn't.
She was like.
trashing him
She
at
was
all.
like. I grew up around all this. It seemed normal. She's just saying that men behaved in a certain way in the 70s that they're not allowed to behave now.
Yeah.
She talked about that TV series.
They didn't walk around on eggshells like we have to now.
Right. And so really, are we saying that if we met Michael Landon, it would almost be like how we grew up?
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, he and Mom didn't have any problem with anything like that. I mean, I know they had their own marital spats, but I mean, it was not some house of, oh no, we're afraid of Dad or anything
Lord,
like that.
no.
But I'm talking about when Dad was talking and the way he carried himself. I mean, with he and Michael Landon, I mean, are they basically just saying that Michael Landon was a pretty normal guy for the 70s?
Probably.
I think he drank pretty heavily, like on set and stuff
Yeah.
too. But wasn't he like a producer, director, writer
I
of the
think he
show
was,
too?
yeah.
So
No,
he was,
she didn't say he drank on the set.
he was calling shots,
And taking shots.
and taking shots. Yeah, at the same time.
Well, again, 1970s.
All I know
Drinking
is
at
that
work was no
I
problem.
was not a fan of Nellie.
No,
That's all I
didn't
know.
like
want to
her
hear
at
from
all.
Nellie.
She was the worst.
Her and her mom.
How about if the real Nellie was around?
Her mom too.
I might drink.
They were mean to Miss Beadle.
Yes,
Yeah,
everybody
yeah,
was
see.
getting it from them.
Yeah, but what they're basically saying is in the book, and what this woman is saying is Michael Landon was a nasty talking, heavy drinking, kind of mean guy, and
Little heavy-handed.
And he and his wife on screen were totally acting, and it wasn't real.
Yes.
Like, I don't know how to break this to everybody. All actors are pretending to be people they're not.
Yep.
And then
That's
when
why I always worry about them when they tell us something off camera. Are they really telling us the truth?
And it sounds like to me when the actress that played Nellie reads the book, she goes, "This is all accurate. It didn't bother me then, but I guess it should have."
And
That's
I
about
saw one of them made-for-TV movies about his life, and I don't remember exactly how they portrayed him. I mean, they showed his issues, but I don't remember a lot about it, to be honest. But it was a made-for-TV movie.
I thought he was so cool when I was growing up. I thought he was so cool. I was like, yeah, that
Now,
guy's
is that
awesome.
when he was Little Joe or
That's
Little
when
House?
he was Pa. Yeah, I was like, man, that guy's working on a farm. His hair looks awesome. This guy rocks.
Great hair.
Yeah, his hair was.
Chicks dig him.
Yeah. I remember my mom would only let me watch 2 shows on Saturday. Then I had to go out play outside. And Little House on the Prairie was an hour long. So if I picked one of the, if I could get to watch a full hour, and then maybe a half hour Superman, that was a good Saturday morning right there, friends.
I got something going now. All right, so what is this new thing, Michael Landon's bad news? So the book's ready, I guess.
Why are they wearing him out now?
I don't know.
Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour. A Rick and Bubba show. We're back. 866 We Be Big. Some of your phone calls are coming down. We'll get to those. Helmsy, the real Greg Burgess, and Adler all here. Bill Bussy finishing up breakfast and settling in for another hour. Welcome back, Busby.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged.
All right, so a couple of phone calls on Michael Landon with now this book that's out, and Nellie's agreeing with it. Scott and Chelsea, what's on your mind, buddy?
Hey, guys, man, I love your show. Really have a lot of respect for you guys.
Thank you.
Hey, I just want to say, your brother's right about the TV, made-for-TV movie. His son is actually a huge Christian, and he made a TV movie about Michael Landon. He actually left a family twice, married a woman, had children, got more famous, left her, went to another woman, had children. The son just basically discussed how popular his dad was. He'd go to a restaurant, he'd get the best table, all that stuff. But basically, he would just leave his family and go to another woman. And he talked about how difficult that was. And he turned to drugs, and then basically turned to Christ was the only thing that helped him get through it.
I remember that now. I forgot that it was it was the son. I forgot all about that. You're right. I do remember that now. Huh. Let's go to Myra. Myra, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey, Myra.
Yeah. When I was growing up, he was the man. To me, he's still the man. He's a man's man. All women.
Myra.
I'm sure they felt that way. So why are they bashing him now? Let me live my illusion, okay?
So you want to just keep the illusion. You don't want anyone, you don't want anybody to tell you that Michael Landon was not a good man.
No.
So you're saying he could have left one of his families and come to you anytime?
Oh, sure.
Myra.
Turn it down, Myra.
Myra, come on now.
Myra. Sally, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, I was just sharing with the audience that Teeter on Yellowstone is Michael Landon's daughter.
Who is?
And she's the foul-mouthed Teeter, the pink-haired cowgirl that bunks up with the cowboys on Yellowstone.
Yeah.
That's Michael Landon's real daughter. So tie the knots there together.
Well, you know what? The old fruit, it's laying there right under the old tree. You know? I mean, there you go. Okay, there we go. All right, so
she's aside, huh?
Yeah, I guess. So we now have a story, and our timing is probably unfortunate after some of the ways that Michael Landon lived his life. But you know, there are people that use fertility clinics to try to have children when they have difficulty.
Yeah.
But many times they would like to, if all possible, still have the child to be biological. There's ways to do that. And we have a couple that is now suing a Los Angeles fertility clinic because they say that the mom gave birth to the wrong baby.
IVF swap.
Yep. And so here's the package if you just want to hear it.
Okay.
All right, here it is. Let's
you won't put it that way.
Let's listen.
For 3 years, Daphne and Alexander Cardinale tried to have a second child. Finally, with IVF, they were thrilled to welcome a baby girl in September 2019. But immediately, Alexander felt something was wrong.
When was the point where you said, something's not right?
I had a weird sort of a gut reaction when she was born. It wasn't anything logical. It was just like a instinct.
2 months later, a DNA test confirmed their worst fear. The infant was not their biological daughter. Daphne was implanted with a stranger's embryo, who in turn received theirs. That woman, who wishes to remain anonymous, gave birth a week earlier to the Cardinale's biological daughter.
When I found out she wasn't mine, so I poured more love into her. I don't know. Maybe I was just clinging to her. But I was just so scared I was going to lose her, which I ultimately did.
And the Cardinales felt robbed of their time with their biological daughter.
We had to play a lot of catch-up.
While the babies were returned to their biological parents, the couple is now suing their physician, California Center for Reproductive Health, and a third-party embryology lab for alleged misconduct, including medical malpractice and negligence. According to the complaint, CCRH thought that the embryos had gotten mixed up when an embryology lab, In Vitro Tech, was taking biopsies to send in for genetic testing.
We can't sleep at night knowing that this is happening and no one's doing anything, no one's talking about it.
Wow. So there you go.
So what? How long was the period of time?
It doesn't really say, does it? Yeah, and I don't know how long they had the baby, and the other mom had the other baby. Wow. They used the term a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah.
So they're doing the in vitro, and what happened was
this happened in 2019, September 2019.
They implanted the wrong embryo in the wrong womb.
Well, they both give birth. Both of them are infants, and they swap them back to where they're supposed to be.
I guess.
Is what I understand.
Don't know how long they.
That's that question I'm asking.
Yeah,
is
how
how
long
long
was
from
that?
birth until the swap?
Well, she said they obviously were infants, and I think at that point you can do that. If they'd grown up and got used to the parents, that makes it. Boy, that'd be
All right,
real
so I've got
toughy
it.
then.
All right, so here they were born in September 2019. They exchanged the babies in January 2020.
So how long?
So
What
a
is
little
that?
over a year.
Oh.
No, that's not right. It'd be just a few months.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
September through January.
Yeah.
So 4 or 5 months.
It's almost mind-boggling they can get this confused. Something at this
It's
level.
a biggie.
That is a biggie.
Humans are involved, so there's always going to be some issue, but it seems like you would have level after level after level of checks and balances to be sure that doesn't happen.
Bubba, we've talked about this.
Can I throw this in there?
Sure.
How about they had to sue the birth mother of the other child that wanted to keep the baby that they had. So they had to go through that process in the courts in order to do the swap.
Well, so you don't ever know. The other parents may say, "We're not giving this baby up."
And that may be why they didn't want.
I don't care what
be
the
interviewed.
biological DNA is. We have this baby. We've got it. We're not swapping. So see, it causes a lot of problems. And my sons were discussing this the other night because they know that I have presented. We do it here. We've done it with any time you're put in a position of any kind of authority. Is we develop the list of things that shouldn't happen. And then there's the list of things that can't happen. And if you're in the in vitro world, this is on the list of this cannot happen. You cannot mess this up. There's things that shouldn't happen, but then there's things that can't happen.
Well,
right.
Yeah, if you're handling nuclear material,
right.
If you are in charge of oxygen on a spacecraft, and handling embryos. You just, those are just some of the things that come to mind. There is no, hey, I kind of got it right.
Yeah, it's like we say here, hey, we had we were supposed to have someone here to get a package that we weren't here. The package didn't get delivered. It was outside the door the next day. That shouldn't happen. Okay, we wish that wouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen. But then there's the show starts and nobody's here. That can't happen. Somebody paid for a commercial that they didn't get. That can't happen. There's every business, but I got to say, in the world of in vitro, implanting the wrong babies in the wombs of the wrong mother, that is a can't happen.
Yeah, you just. I mean, Rick. Surely we got a barcode there or something we can scan on this thing. You know what I mean?
That cannot happen. 16 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll continue with more stories today. Wheel of Meat is in play, hasn't happened this week. And we'll chat with you when we come back when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. We're chatting with you right now. Anna joins us. Anna, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for your patience. What's on your mind today?
Good morning, guys. I have a question about the story about the swapped at birth. Like, how will this be settled? Is this a private attorney thing? Like, are the patient, the new moms who got, pulled on over on them, are they going to be the ones that have to pay for this, deal with this? Is there no oversight?
I think Alexander Shannara has taken it on. I don't know. No, I'm not sure I understand your question. Like, who's going to pay for the money to do the lawsuit?
I guess I'm just trying to put myself in the position of the mothers, and if you're trying to, it's stressful enough being a new mom, and it doesn't seem like the reproductive health, CCRH, whoever they are,
right,
is having to answer to anybody.
Well, keep in mind, I hate to keep bringing this up, and Bubba said it, and it's something we need to remember, and it's interesting how many times it's forgotten. This is just another thing that we have some incredible people in the medical field, and they are wonderful. They're well-trained, and I'm so thankful for the things we have, but they still are human beings. And we do make mistakes medically. We do sometimes have things that happen because we are still we're dealing with exceptional human beings, but we are still dealing with human beings. But anyway, they're what this couple says, if someone's not held accountable for this, maybe they, whatever sloppy technique that they use that this happened, maybe a lawsuit will try to keep this from happening to somebody else in the future. Yeah. But to answer your question, I think the family will have to pay for it themselves. I don't see why they wouldn't. I mean, why that would.
Yeah. Well, they will
Sure.
they will seek a judgment against this company, and then part of the judgment will be for them to pay the legal fees, I would assume.
Right. Yeah, and try to get it back, recoup it. Or the person who takes it may say, I won't get paid till all this is done.
Yeah, the lawyers are probably taking it on a percentage basis.
Let's go to Christine in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. Christine, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. I just wanted to offer a slight correction to Helmsley's comments earlier. This was a mutual baby swap. The case that involved where they had to sue the birth mother was a totally different scenario that happened previously. The other family involved in this one is also suing the doctor and the facility, but they're wanting to remain anonymous.
So what birth mom got sued then by them?
That was a different.
You're saying this happened again?
Different case.
Yes, they were.
Okay.
Yeah, the article was saying that this has happened before, and the other family actually had to sue the birth mother to get it back.
Gotcha.
But this particular case that's in the news today, this was a mutual. The families agreed to swap the babies in January.
And then they're both going to sue.
What's really sad is we have multiple cases to get confused of.
Right.
This is twice I've had to apologize today. I had to apologize to my family during the kickoff hour over blaming them about my Raycon earbuds, and turns out I left them in the shirt and the pants and the hoodie, and they got washed. So I had to apologize to them. Now I'm having to apologize to our audience. It's not been a good day today.
Let me ask you this. Did they work after they were washed?
It's funny. One of them still does.
I bet the other.
And the charging station,
we've had emails from several people who
the charging station actually does work, and one of the earbuds works, but
put that baby in a
the other one not
in a
well.
bowl of
Now
rice.
both of them are lighting up.
See, there you go.
There you go. It's coming.
She lives.
I was about to order me some new ones too. These things,
they're incredible.
Yeah, and I spend a lot of time with these in my ear.
I want to go back to this though. Have you noticed though? And I know I've never seen you do this, and I think it's supposed to your age, but have you noticed that, like, people of a certain age walk around now with like earbuds in
all the time?
Yeah. And I'm thinking, are you listening to anything, or are you just prepared if you need to?
I think a little of both. And
I'm ready to listen when needed.
Right. Here's what's funny. There's a delivery guy that when he shows up out here about the time that I go get coffee after we finish with the kickoff hour, and every morning he has his earbuds in. And I always want to say hello to him just because I'm passing him, and I think, hey, man, how's it going this morning? Just kind of getting the day started.
He and I usually talk, by the way, when I come in.
And he's always talking to somebody.
Right.
Always. And I
At
keep thinking.
at an odd time of day.
I keep thinking who, and a lot of energy. And I mean, they're talking about everything and anything. And I'm like, who are you talking to at this time of day?
Is that food delivery guy?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I hang out with him. We hang out a little bit.
Yeah, I've seen
like his energy.
Yeah, I do too. You know, we start saying, another day, got to get it done.
But I
We
always
start all
wonder,
that.
who are you talking to this early? Is it another delivery person that they're just
Maybe.
going through the day together?
Mm-hmm. By the way, I don't have any problem with somebody saying, I'm listening, I got things going. But this thing of I've got them in my ears, I'm ready at any moment, and you're carrying on a conversation, and they still have them in their ears, like just in a minute I may need to hear something.
No, you're right.
Yeah, that seems kind of. I mean, they'll walk around with them. On
I
all
feel
the time.
like, and here's another thing too, is I feel like if that's the case, I feel like I'm turning people away from talking to me.
Mhm.
Like I feel like they would want to, and here we go. Sometimes I put them in because of that.
I know.
You know what I mean?
It
To
almost-
avoid the conversation.
You know, I've never wore earbuds, but that makes me almost want to.
There's
Yeah, just because if you need to get somewhere, that's you point your earbud.
and I'll have to tell my
I've seen
family
Speedy
sometimes.
fake a phone call.
Yeah,
I
now
have
Speedy's the best at that. I've taken a lot of notes from him.
Speedy does two things. He fakes phone calls, and then he lets you in on his phone calls too much.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
too.
the thing where he walks around with a speaker out in front of him.
Never understood that.
I thought we got away
but I
from
see
the,
people
from
doing
the
it.
party line.
Yeah, it would be okay with me if he stopped doing that. You know, because you remember the one time it went bad.
Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah.
So let's go to Gray in Alabama. Gray, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, yeah, Rick, I want you to tell me whether I imagine this. I recall on your first day of the radio in Gadsden that you were schooling the audience on what to call you, and you said your name was Rick. It wasn't Richard. It wasn't a Rickster. And the only person that could call you Ricky was your mother.
Correct.
Do you recall any of that?
I do. And
I think you gave that speech not too long ago.
Yeah,
or
you know, I'm one of those that I even had a basketball coach that kept calling me Ricky, and I wouldn't answer to him. And he got on to me, and he said, when I talk to you, you need to respond to me. And I said, I will, sir, when you call me by my name. By the way, that didn't go over well. I mean, look, some people like to be called Ricky. That's their thing. And that's the name they adopted. I did not.
Especially if you keep losing a number.
Right. My name is Rick. And so that's what I answer to. You know,
What was,
if Ham's,
what was,
hello, Ham's
what
giving
was
me.
the
I'm
date?
sorry.
Say it again.
What year was that when you first went on?
I went on Gadsden. Let's see. Bubba and I have been doing the show together since '94. So I got to Gadsden, I think, in '93.
92.
90.
Yeah, it was 90. It was 93.
January
because-
'93, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was right after the national championship game.
So yeah, I got there in
All right.
'93.
Okay, then. All right, y'all take care.
You
Have a
too,
good
brother.
day.
Thanks for listening all that time. I appreciate that. Bottom of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Twitter, The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Relief Factor teaming up with The Rick and Bubba Show. I've already had my first dose today. Outstanding product. We've been talking about it for years now. So if you're just taking the over-the-counter painkillers and just popping them one by one, day by day, odds are you're harming your body because they're not designed to be used that way. But instead, you could be using the all-natural product, Relief Factor, and maybe getting even a better result. Nancy, Bubba out of Oklahoma, has sent us sent Relief Factor an email. Hey, wanted to let you know that I noticed improvement after 2 weeks. I have nerve and spinal fusion damage, so I'm taking 3 packets per day. This is week 5. I took the box to my pain management doctor, as he recommended I take 3 of the 4 ingredients. He hadn't heard of this product before and was glad for the information. I think he's going to start recommending it to other patients. I tell everyone about it. I'm so grateful my husband heard about it on your program. Well, you're welcome, Nancy. Relief Factor is all natural, contains just 4 ingredients, and it works. And if you'd like to have it work for you, then just get yourself a 3-week supply to try it. $19.95. You'll know inside those 3 weeks whether it works for you or not. The majority of the people that do the 3-week trial, they keep ordering it because they see results. I love the product. You can find it now by going to rickandbubba.com also under the sponsors. ReliefFactor.com, also another option. All right, so I wanted to say this to you, Bubba. We just talked about Rick and Bubba history, and here we are ending, having our birthday in January of our 28th birthday.
Happy birthday.
We turn 28 years old, Lord willing, if we get to that birthday. So, and it's upon us. So the guy talked about trying to remember when I first got to the radio station where you were the engineer, and then we put together this, this. Some people call it diabolical. I don't. I think it was a masterful plan.
Yeah, we just started hanging out. Still the case.
The industry probably calls it diabolical, but anyway, so
they call it a lot of things.
Yeah, we're those cousins that they're embarrassed of.
Sure.
Are they in your family? Yeah. Well, but anyway,
Cousin Eddie.
So I was just, I just got back from High Point, North Carolina this past weekend. And while I was there, you're not going to believe, I can't believe I forgot this, because this guy plays a prominent role in Rick and Bubba history.
Tell it.
I'm sitting there in High Point, North Carolina.
Furniture capital of the world.
And up walks a man, and uncomfortable. The older I'm getting, the more this happens.
Yep.
And it's not on all of you, it's on me.
Right.
Okay, I'm starting to have a more difficult time. Like you said, I think there's a lot more information out there now that I have to recall as I get older.
Me, Bubba.
I now have to remember 57 years worth of stuff when at one time I was only remembering 30.
And obviously, we all got about a 40-year book to write it down in.
Apparently, that's the way it is.
Right.
He walks up and he says, "Do you remember me?" And of course, I'm getting now where I'm being very honest. I said, "I'm sorry, I don't, but give me some help."
Help me.
He said, "I'm Ed White," and I said, "Ed." He said, "Cellular One."
Yeah, he did the remote that made you come to the radio station.
And I
was
said,
trying to get you to come to.
And I said to him, "Do you realize the prominent role that you play in the creation of the Rick and Bubba Show?" And he said, "No." I said, "Wait a minute, you don't."
He doesn't know about that?
I said, "You didn't know this happened?" He said, "I didn't know." I said, "Do you remember?"
You are the cause.
I said, "Do you remember when Jacksonville State University, apparently now will be its one and only national football championship?"
Right.
And he said, "Yes." I said, "You may not recall this, but I did a on-location broadcast from Cellular One in Anniston, Alabama.
At the bottom of the hill, 22nd Street. I remember it well.
And you're the one who bought it." He said, "I do remember you did a lot of remotes for me." Yeah. And I said, "What you don't know, or maybe you've forgotten, just like I've forgotten who you are, but now that I see you, I know I remember you now." And I said, "That is where I had done the remote. The game was still continuing. And those of you that don't remember the history, I was doing the show by myself. Bubba and I knew each other. He was an engineer. He'd even owned a station, and we were both working in the industry, but we had not done anything together yet. And so Bubba was engineering at a station, and he was trying to get me to come there. And I said, I got a pretty good gig here. I mean, I'm making $375 a week.
There you go.
You know what I mean? Plus,
hard to beat that.
Plus 15% of whatever I can sell, and I work in 12 to 14 hours a day. Why would I give this up? So anyway, and so anyway, and I remember it was like, well, if you'll come here, they'll pay you what you make selling and on the air just to do the show.
Right. You won't back up.
And I thought to myself, $35,000. I'll never work. I'll retire on that.
That's right.
You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
so I was like, sure. So, but I turned it down, and I said, I just don't know. Don't think so. I
Unknown.
got a good gig here, and so I asked for the day off because I was working just about. There was a rare Saturday I wasn't on location somewhere,
Right.
and you
Two
know
or three
that.
places.
You know that because you got to start doing it. We got to start doing it together, and you were doing the same thing from an engineering standpoint. It's just now you were going to be the guy doing the breaks. So anyway, so I asked off for that day, and I was told that the client, which was this guy that's now Ed White, had requested me to be there, and if
Not the astronaut, cellular one.
and if I wasn't going to be there, then he wasn't going to do the remote, which was
Right.
going to cost the station money.
Right.
Well, even though I wanted to see Dad coach in the national championship, he also taught me that when you got a job and people pay you to do it, you do the job.
Right.
And so I said, my dad would understand that. How about this? I can't get off of work,
right?
So I'm going to miss the game.
Right.
Okay, so Jacksonville State goes on to win the game.
I was very disappointed because I was there all
I know.
week. Yeah.
Yeah. So Jacksonville State University goes on to win the first ever football national championship. The first one Dad had ever won. He'd played for it twice, and we had lost in those games. And this one, Jacksonville State won. And Bubba calls me.
From the 50-yard line.
From the 50-yard line.
Because I'm probably the only person that had a cell phone at that time.
With a cell phone, which none of us had ever even heard of. This was in 1990. We were ending the year of 92.
Right.
This was in December of 92.
Right.
And so I had asked Ed White at the remote. I know he said he comes out and says, "Why are you not at the national championship?"
Yeah, I'm surprised you're here.
Yeah, and he goes, "I didn't expect you to be here today." I said, "Well, I'm here because I'm working at your request." And he looked at me and he said, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, they told me that they were going to ask you whether I could have off, and they did ask you, and you told them you wouldn't do the remote if I didn't come, so I'm here." And he looked at me and goes, "That's not true." He said, "This is co-op money." He said, I'm glad you came."
Right.
But if they had asked me for you to be off for your dad's national championship game, they never asked me.
Right.
Well, I thought they did, and I was told they did. So then I go home, and the game finishes, and we win.
Right.
And so I'm now in my house. I can still tell you where I was. I'm standing in that little bitty den living room thing you walk into up the steps at the Cracker Box Palace. And Bubba gets my parents on the phone, or my mom. Dad, was not going to talk to me just yet, but Mom, and they're all celebrating, jumping up and down. And Bubba says the immortal words: "If you were working for the station where I am, you would have been here today." Boom. And so
every now and then I get one right.
So I quit. And moved to the station where Bubba was that January.
Yeah.
And so that guy, when Ed White walked up, I said, do you realize you play that role?"
So was he shocked to hear that story?
He said, "You know what? I've never put that together."
Does he remember not hiring me?
I'm sure he does, but I didn't ask him about that, but I forgot about that.
And see, that was the other part of this story. His
Ed White is the reason this show's on the air.
His head engineer person is now, or last year was, and I assume still is, like the chief of police in Odenville, where I went to the Christmas parade last year.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And he came up to me and said, "You don't remember me, do you?" And I said, "No." He said, "I didn't hire you to be an engineer to work with us on cell towers," but he said it worked out for you. So
yeah, see there?
I don't feel too bad. And I said, "Well, why didn't you hire me?" He said, "You were overqualified." I said, "Well, let me decide that. I didn't have a job at the time."
I've never
Let me
understood that,
decide
by the way.
I want somebody to be overqualified.
Yes.
I guess they're afraid you'll get bored with it.
They're
That's
afraid that they're going to invest in you and then you're going to fly the coop.
So what is the all right,
so Ed White was involved in both of us to some degree.
How about that?
He didn't hire me and he did hire you, and both of those moves got us to Gadsden.
How about that?
I know, small world.
What about, all right, let me think. So if I have this right, what was then Cellular One is now Verizon, right?
Yes.
Isn't that where that tracked?
They were bought up several times, but that's where it ended up.
That's that road.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
they were what was at that time called the non-wireline carrier.
How about that? But you remember that Bubba's first cell phone? I mean,
I remember him being on the field at that game. I was there.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah, I wasn't.
No, you
know who got me to call you was actually Ray Hammett.
Really?
Yeah. because I don't think I knew your mom that well, or I didn't recognize. Everybody was bundled up.
Right.
And he said, "Can she call her son?" And I said, "Well, yeah." And it was you. I didn't realize it.
And I will tell you this: initially, that cell phone had great quality.
Yeah, it did. Oh, it was a good
much
one.
better than what we have now.
It was that big old. I called it the lunchbox, Motorola phone.
Hey, it couldn't
3 watts.
It
man.
couldn't check email because
smoking.
email didn't exist.
No, but it was smoking.
And it couldn't put you on Instagram or any of that. But by golly, you sure could talk on it.
Rick, I can't document it, but I think we were the first people to ever do a high school football game over a cell phone.
I don't doubt that
because I wired it into the headset.
Yeah,
to do it. But when they made nights and weekends free, because you keeping around with phone lines were such a nightmare.
Wait a minute, I remember you saying now that weekends are free, we could do this. I remember that. Yeah. So I how about I go all the way in 2021 to High Point, North Carolina.
And there's old Ed White.
And Ed White's up there, and I'm like, you don't realize your place in Rick and Bubba history. It's a big one.
He was a good guy too.
Yeah,
good guy,
no doubt. All right, we'll be back.
We should give me a little more of a look there.
How about this? I bet Ed White was equally shocked that he was hearing me preach from the Word of God.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
It is 8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. As we make our way back. So, Bubba, I think would this fall under Your America, even though we're going to look at a different country? But it's
this is kind of a hard hitter here.
Yeah, it really is. This one's going to hurt. This one's got a little sting to it. Bubba, you have the floor.
Rick, before you start any medical discussion, you have to have the disclaimer, I'm not anti-vax.
Here we go.
Let's just say that up front.
Here we go. Yeah, there goes Aaron Rodgers over.
This was emailed to me. I think it is interesting based on the mandates that are being passed down now.
Yeah.
And we'll hear from the White House, too, in just a minute to kind of make the point. But have you ever heard of the Nuremberg Code? You ever heard of that in medical terms?
No. I feel like I'm about to be educated.
You are, and it's not good.
I love it. I love
It's ugly.
They say it's the most important document in the history of the ethics of medical research.
Okay.
It was formulated in August of 1947 in Nuremberg, Germany, by American judges sitting in judgment of Nazi doctors accused of conducting murderous and torturous human experiments in concentration camps. Right? We all know that.
Correct.
And you remember the Nuremberg trials. We
Yes.
basically had war crimes tribunal for the Nazis.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Well, they came up with 10 things that said should be present in any medical research, or you could say any medical situation, right? The very first point before all of this starts, the voluntary consent of the human subject is absolutely essential. Now, they go on with 10 points, and they say that this means the person who is involved should have legal capacity to give consent and should be able to exercise free power of choice without the intervention or element of force, fraud, deceit, duress, overreaching, or other forms of constraint or coercion. Okay? You got that?
Got it.
They go on and they list how these things should be done. Experiments should be designed based on the results of animal experimentation and a knowledge of the natural history of the disease or other problem under study, and that the anticipated results would justify the performance of the experiment. Again, ethics in medical research, okay? It goes on down to talk about the fact that you should have the qualified people doing this, and during the course of the experiment, the human subject should be at liberty to bring the experiment to an end at any time if he has reached the physical or mental state where continuing the experiment seems to be impossible to them, he or she, okay? So this whole thing of medical ethics is what we're talking about. And while it's not directly tied together, somebody had emailed me this and said, now think about this. That's what we said came out of the Nazis' medical experiments. And then look at what we're being put through now. Yeah. Do the mandates now even meet the criteria of the Nuremberg Code?
Wow, there's a question for you.
These are Nazis we put to death for this, by the way.
Why don't you look at item 1?
Wow.
Must be voluntary.
I mean, it's
well-informed, understanding consent of the human subject in the full legal capacity, saying we're not going to have medical people forcing experiments and medical.
Look at number 3
on people unless they agree to it.
Should be based on previous knowledge, expectations derived from animal experiments.
Must have a justification for it that you've shown it that it's safe.
Wow. Okay, so we're up against a pandemic. We've got to roll the dice on a few things to try to curb this thing. Can we have the Biden administration spokesperson?
Yep. Here is the spokesperson. This,
2B.
Yeah, this is the one filling in for Psaki, who is recovering from COVID. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So listen to this quote from the Biden administration's spokesperson.
Thank you. The U.S. is now accepting fully vaccinated travelers from countries that were previously restricted during the pandemic. Given how rapidly the Delta variant spread here within the United States over the summer, why are there still no vaccine or testing requirements for domestic travel?
So, we say this all the time. Everything's on the table. We just don't have any announcement to preview right now on this. So I don't have anything more to share on the domestic travel.
So she's asking, since foreign travelers coming in have to be fully vaccinated and give a negative test unless you're coming from Mexico. That does not apply, by the way.
Right.
Why don't we have travel restrictions in place in the country? Why don't we limit where you can fly on an airplane, where you can drive, all of that? She says everything's still on the table. We have nothing to review or announce at this point. It just seems, I don't know. It just doesn't feel right, Well,
no, it doesn't feel right. And
does that just kind of give you the creeps a little bit?
It does. Especially, I guess the part that's concerning me the most, look, there was a time when we didn't know what was happening. Now that we know that it was part of gain of function research.
It sure seems likely.
It seems like very, very likely.
I tell you what we can rule out, bat sandwich.
Yeah. And everybody
one's out.
And everybody started thinking, oh, my goodness, what's going to happen?
Hey, let's have a picnic. Who's got the bat sandwiches?
Right. So this kind of behavior by our government felt less strange. The part that's odd right now is that we seem to be pushing to the other side of it, and our death rates are down, our hospitalizations are down, people are returning to normalcy to a large degree concerning gatherings of people, but yet the government's strong arm seems to almost be going up.
It is. It's the most restrictive it's been since the shutdown.
And that doesn't.
It seems like we're not responding to the threat with the threat level should determine our response.
It doesn't validate.
Even if you really are for the government doing a lot of this, it should be responsive to our, as the curve goes up, response goes up. Right now, the curve is coming down, response is going higher.
And we don't see any new variant on the horizon that seems to be of any concern right now. Like we saw the Delta variant coming, and we said, hey, what's happening in Europe is probably going to happen here, and it did.
Yeah. And I think we've got a reason maybe for that. I heard a doctor talking about it, and I'm going to give you a strange comparison, but I think I'll make the point.
Yeah. So, that's what's odd. And then you have a spokesperson who says, well, anything we want to do with mandates, all of it's on the table. And you kind of go, well, does it warrant this kind of behavior in our current state? It doesn't appear to. And I think that makes it even creepier. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is our number. Helmsy, Greg, and Adler all here. Speedy on vacation. He'll be back on Monday. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bus.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
So we got other things to cover, but going to the break, we were discussing that the spokesperson for the Biden administration says, hey, as far as mandates are concerned, everything is on the table. We were asking the questions, even if you look at the death rate, we've talked about that a lot, but now if you look at the current state of the pandemic, do mandates and all this government intervention do more damage than the actual state of the pandemic?
Yeah, overall on society, you have to definitely weigh that. Well, Rick, the experts that are tracking this, they hope and they think that maybe this is it for COVID. Not that we won't have some eruptions in some limited areas, not that we won't have to deal with it long term in smaller pockets, but far as it being epidemic proportions, as a matter of fact, or pandemic proportions, I think even the numbers now don't justify that terminology. That it is more of an epidemic level now, which is down. It's going to be more like the flu. That's where we hope we could get to. And nobody knows for sure. But one of the reasons they suspect this is the Delta variant came in so hot, so heavy, so infectious, got so many people sick at one time. It also gave everybody immunity at one time and served as a control rod. Even people that had limited from previous or vaccinated, it just had nowhere to go. They were like control rods, limiting how fast it could grow. So hopefully that's going to be the case. And it kind of made me think about something that I've thought about before. I didn't really fully grasp it, but I carry this to nuclear and atomic energy and bombs and things. After Hiroshima and Nagasaki were bombed in World War II with the atomic bomb, they started rebuilding within 3 years. And you can live in either one of those places today. There is no health issue with that for the most part. And then we had Chernobyl, where the Russians had the power plant that blew up on them. And that area is contaminated, and they say it's going to be hundreds of years before it's inhabitable again by humans. So I was confused why 3 years for Hiroshima, Nagasaki, but hundreds of years for Chernobyl. Didn't make sense. But what it was is when we dropped the bombs, the radioactive material was basically used up in the explosion. Right. Now, sure, there was fallout and there was radiation.
No question, yeah.
But the majority of the fissionable material was used up. Where at Chernobyl, even though it's a lower level of radiation that's used in power plants, much lower, the fact that it was spewed out over a big area and wasn't used up in a reaction means it's going to be there a lot longer. There's a lot more of it scattered around. Even though it's a much lower amount of radiation, it never was used up. It was just scattered. So, that kind of shows you how a dirty bomb would be more detrimental than an actual explosion long term, even though the immediate damage would be tremendous. But tying that back into the COVID thing, when you burn yourself out quickly, the long-term effect is not as long. And that's kind of a physics, science issue. So hopefully Delta was exactly what we needed to end the pandemic.
Exactly.
In a strange kind of way. And it cost us lives, not discounting that at all.
Oh, of course it did. But then you look at the way the government's reacting, it's as if that didn't happen, though.
Right.
And that's what's weird with the combination of exactly what you said, the vaccines, they are a part of it, the treatments, and natural antibodies. Right. It appears we have accomplished some level of herd immunity, and this is going to move into, it'll always be with us, but it's going to move into something that caused 700,000 deaths, and now it's been more than a year, but that first year we were hitting around 600,000 deaths.
Right, I think it's hit 700 now.
But I'm talking about if I'm trying to think about a year.
Right.
But then it's going to move from hundreds of thousands of deaths, I'll say that, in a year to just like the flu, anywhere from 35 to 50,000 deaths a year. And it feels like we're moving that way, but our government still wants us to behave and takes away our freedoms and our liberties as if we're still in the height of the pandemic, and we're not.
Yeah, and I know there's probably political pressure to overdo it. We've got something here, and we've got to just flood the place to be sure it doesn't start again, like a campfire. Okay, but it really doesn't work that way when it comes to viruses. And history will look at it, science will break it down. If the things we did helped end it, or it was going to run its course no matter what. That also is out there. Did lockdowns help or hurt? Did the mass vaccination help or hurt? Did herd immunity help or hurt? Or was it going to run its course? So, history will have to have that argument. But I do think we say all of that to get back to the initial point that, if the air raid sirens go on, everybody mans a gun and prepares for a raid. Hopefully it doesn't come. But now the sirens are not going off because the numbers are not there. The radar is not showing an enemy, and we're all being told to man a gun. It's just the response is just not equal to the threat right now.
It's looking less like a country and a world and a pandemic.
Right.
It's looking a lot less like that, and now it's starting to look more like a tyrannical government grabbing power.
It does. And I can't – there's two things that could be behind that. One, they're wanting to pave this highway that public health, we can do anything. We can trash the Constitution. We can trash your freedoms. We can trash your rights if we can put it under public health. Well, then they will move other topics to public health. Guns.
Oh, of course they will. Of course.
Hate speech, bad for public health, all that.
Yeah.
They want the political – they want to be able to run on the fact that we're the ones that ended COVID somehow.
Well, that's what I was going to get to, and you hit on it at the end. I think the Biden administration, as we've said already on the show this week, or last week, politicians are obsessed with legacy.
Yes.
Name something after me, say I did something, put me in history somewhere.
Give me a bridge, give me an act, pass a law in my name.
Right, and what he really wants is, I was in the government for over 40 years. At the end, I was kind of a rambling, bumbling, joke as a president because I didn't have grasp of my mental faculties. But, oh, by the way, say what you want to say about me. I'm the president that ended the pandemic.
Right.
And don't think there's not some of that in play.
Sure.
And let me tell you, the Democrats right now are terrified of the midterm elections after Virginia. And what they don't understand, though, which I'm thankful for, the very thing that will cost them the midterm elections, they're continuing to do, thinking it's going to save the midterm elections. Yeah. Because what they want to say is, we saved you.
Yeah.
Even though they didn't, but they want to say that they did. But what they don't understand, that what they're trying to do to get that is pushing voters away from them at an alarming rate.
Like mandatory vaccinations for people who are not high risk. Telling American businesses what to do, vaccinating 5-year-olds for COVID.
And Big Bird.
When, the numbers of infection, death rate, all that is just so minute in that group. It's ridiculous.
You read about this, the
Nuremberg Code?
You read about that in history, and we saw what it was about.
Yep.
When you see, I'm serious, y'all, this is Creep City. When you see Big Bird getting a vaccine, trying to tell children to ask their mommies and daddies for a vaccine. If you've ever watched the documentary, and it's a hard one, let me just warn you, One Child Nation, the kind of propaganda you saw with Big Bird looks exactly like what Red China did. Exact. They would get on and do little dances and little dance numbers, telling you about only having one child and do your part to stop overpopulation. And they do little songs and have you dance, show it on TV, show it to everybody. It's the same stuff. Yeah. And if that doesn't creep you out, then you don't know your world history. Yep. It's bizarro.
I just want to see us get back to normal, like real normal, and not be laying off hardworking Americans who obviously we need in the workforce for a vaccine mandate that I don't think they really need at this point.
No.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. All right, so another story that we haven't covered, but it's time for us to break it down, and we need all hands on deck as we will now assess the controversial Monday Night Football call involving the Bears. The Bears. They lose last night 29-27 to the Steelers, correct?
Correct.
By the way, little known fact about Rick Burgess, I always wished I could have played for Mike Tomlin. But anyway, I think that would have been cool. I think he would have been fun to play for. So anyway.
You mean the elder statesman of NFL coaches?
The Bears.
The Bears.
The Bears. But anyway, so we have a linebacker. What's his name? What's this guy's name?
Marsh. Last name, yeah. Marsh.
Spelled kind of strange. But anyway, so first of all,
Cassius Marsh.
Here is the play.
Well, let's set the whole thing up. He's very animated on the field. He's full of passion. He made a big play. He does a big roundhouse kick. He takes a few steps toward the other team's sidelines, then turns around to run off. It was a big third down stop in the game, late in the game.
Moment, yes.
3 minutes and 40 seconds left in the game. As he's running off the field, it appears the referee backs into him and throws a flag. It's a 15-yard penalty.
Taunting.
It extends the drive for the Steelers. They kick a field goal, win the game.
And they run another minute off the clock.
So here's the play. Here's the play. There's Marsh.
Big tackle.
Big tackle.
Watch this move.
Roundhouse kick.
Pretty good height.
That was good height. And so he's excited. His defensive players.
Can we keep seeing it?
Yeah, he's going to show. He's got several different videos.
Yeah, different views. Then, so we see him celebrating the nation. Now here he is looking at the Steelers sideline. Then he turns. And he does a little jump, goes back. And
Coach chews him out here. He has no clue what's going on.
Yeah, he doesn't know what's going on.
Now
that's
here's
after
the
he
video.
got the flag.
Correct. Now here's the video that Adler's going to bring up with him. Actually, I think the official actually backs into him on purpose. He throws his butt into him.
The referee looks right at him coming by and boom, puts his butt
He does.
out.
I'm sorry, he does.
And then throws a flag.
Yeah, he's looking at him.
Now, here's the thing I would say to the official. Now, he does have his hand on the flag. I'll give him credit there.
Right.
But if you're going to throw for taunting, why are you not doing it the minute it happens?
Yeah,
why
don't
are
you
you
need to do
waiting
it-
until you throw your hip into him?
Why don't you do it right there?
Because it looks like to me the referee is considering calling taunting, but then he decides it's not enough, and then he kind of backs up into him and says, "Now that's the final straw."
Yeah.
But it's obvious the player wasn't trying to hit the referee going by.
It appears that he
even
Marsh adjusts how he's running to the sideline to miss him.
Did you see? Look, he takes that step with his left foot to go around the referee, and he backs into him.
Mm-hmm.
That is crazy.
That is, I mean,
that's a very bizarre play because I think overall the referees do a wonderful job.
Do you really?
Yeah, overall. They do.
Wow, they're bips.
You're going to see. Well, you got to have somebody call the game,
right?
You know?
I don't.
We're not going to trust the other team to
I'll
call
tell you this.
it.
I'd like Finch's robot out there.
I think they do an okay job.
Yeah.
So, with replay now, I think it's much better.
Yeah. Which shows you that they were just doing.
This is very strange. Okay, he's not even looking at him really at that point. No. He goes over toward the sideline. He's strutting around a little bit.
Which is normal.
Yeah.
He starts back. The referee kind of backs up. Marsh goes with his left. Watch how he veers out to his left to go around him. And the referee sticks his butt into it.
Yeah.
And then calls the flag. That is just very
So
odd.
taunting is a big deal. You know, they changed the rule, and that's a big conversation. So if everything is right, okay, if the official is correct in his statements, Marsh didn't do anything wrong, you have to actually go, is that worth a taunting foul? I don't think it is.
Well,
all he did was celebrate, which all of them do. I give him a 10 on his roundhouse
Well, you know
kick.
what? It was a big play on third down.
You're talking about a difference maker in this ball game.
Right, yeah.
Well, Rick, here's the thing. The one thing you don't want the referees to do, you want them to keep everybody playing on a fair level. You don't want them deciding the outcome of a game.
What advantage do the Bears have over this?
Yeah, and taunting's a rule.
This
That's
didn't
fine.
give them an advantage to win the game.
You can flag that. That's fine. But who can look at that and not see that's the referee that
Thank
did
you.
that?
How is the NFL responding to White Hat sticking his rump into Marsh? That's what happened. He does that. He turns and does that on purpose.
So we need to review what the referee did.
Right.
Here.
Has White Hat spoke on this?
Yeah, he just said that he did not throw the flag for contact with him. He threw the flag for taunting, looking at the.
But does he not know we can watch the video?
Well,
and
evidently,
see that he didn't throw the flag until he backed into him.
Yeah,
and he looked at him like after you backed into me and hit me.
Guys, I watched the video. I see Marsh avoiding contact with the referee, and the referee saw him he was watching him. He can't say he didn't see him because he was watching him. He had his hand on the flag, and then he backs into him on purpose.
Now, the only thing this could be is the strangest timing ever. He's saying, I was going to throw it anyway. We bumped into each other accidentally, and that wasn't the reason but it's very strange. And here's the thing. For that, whatever that was, it changed the outcome of that game.
Yes, it did.
Gave
That's
the
the
Steelers
problem.
15 yards, extended the drive. They kick a field goal to win the game. That's the problem. That is the big problem.
Did that player do anything that gave the Bears an unfair advantage?
No.
And the only way you could call taunting on a game-deciding call is if he had gone by and hit you on his way by. And he didn't do that. And it's almost like you wanted to call it and you were trying to find some way to make it look worse than it was. I don't know. Maybe you're on the take and you're getting paid.
He said
it's like he wanted to.
Anything's on the table.
Now, Marsh did say this. He was asked about it, and of course, he didn't say much, but he did say this. The one thing I will say is that on my way to the sideline, I got hip checked by the ref, and we all see it. That's exactly what happened. He said it's pretty clear. If I were to do that to a ref or even just come close to one and touching them, I'd been kicked out of the game. And that's true.
But
but evidently we don't have the same rules for White Hat.
We keep on taking American football and ruining it.
Yeah,
I
you're right.
already have a hard time with it. It's kind of lost its zeal for me. And part of it is like there was a day when and now I'm about to go on a rant on the overall state of football, so pardon me for this. But there was a time you were sitting in a stadium and a linebacker would come up and he would drill somebody on a perfect tackle, a violent tackle, and the crowd would go crazy. Now the entire crowd, if it's your guy that got tackled, targeting! That was targeting! I'm telling you, man, that's targeting! Yeah, there was a day we celebrated what a great tackle that was. Now we got people running down the field doing this. Getting in front of people, shielding them. We're not even hitting people now on blocks. Look,
you hit the peel back.
I'm a
they're gonna
football
call
player
it.
now. I'm a football player. And I'm running around.
Yeah, you can't do
and,
the old.
I mean, it's just got
the old blindside block is no longer.
Keep in mind,
somebody hurt somebody's feelings, and we call a flag.
Keep in mind, Rick,
We're ruining the game.
Marsh has been doing this celebration the entire year. Anytime he does a sack, he does the roundhouse kick, and he kind of walks toward the sideline, and at no point has he ever been flagged until last night.
That's just strange.
I don't know if the referee have a girlfriend that likes Marsh or it's weird. Check that one out. Bottom of the hour.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's go. 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, Babbel.com/Bubba. A great way to learn a new language. Great way to learn a new language. A lot of fun for the family. Little bite-sized lessons, the #1 selling language learning app. I want to learn a new language, Rick, but I just don't know if I can. Yeah, you can. You just use Babbel.com/Bubba. Got a 20-day money-back guarantee, and we can save you up to 65% on your subscription to their scientifically proven method. 15-minute lessons, perfect way to learn a new language on the go. If you've made this a goal or there's a need for you to do this, let Babbel get it done. BABBEL.com/Bubba to save that money. Old Rick and Bubba always getting you a discount. You can also find a link to Babbel.com/Bubba at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Babbel is language for life.
Rick, did you know, let me just mention this to you quickly.
Okay.
Did you know America's oldest gun maker, Remington, is moving its headquarters from upstate New York to gun-friendly Georgia?
Well, they should. I mean, I'm not going to keep running a business in a state that tells me I'm evil for what we do.
They say
would you stay there?
No. They say it'll be a $100 million deal for Georgia. It will bring 856 jobs to the state. And this is 6 weeks after Smith & Wesson moved their headquarters from Massachusetts to Tennessee.
Yep.
Massachusetts
Say it
from
again.
Tennessee.
Say it again.
Mass to Tennessee.
UMass.
Massachusetts. Massachusetts.
That's one of those words that gets worse every time you try. To Jerry in Alabama.
Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Jerry, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy.
For the first time, I actually tried Rick and Bubba's University. I've been a long-time listener, and I was working this weekend, and I didn't understand why y'all don't have to work on weekends if I do.
I've worked a lot of weekends, brother.
But I thought it was great. You interviewed a guy, wrote a book called Atheism is Dead, as Rick said.
Yep.
But it was a great, and I'm going to start listening to the Rick and Bubba University. It was very informative, and it was funny, too.
Well, thanks, man. I appreciate that very much. That's kind of a new endeavor for us, and I think, Adler, I know we were getting close. Have we hit 100 episodes yet? You can find, we're over 100 now. So you can find those archives by just to go into wherever you get podcasts. They're all there. And also on our YouTube channel. They're all there, too.
And a lot of people don't know we're in the top 200 podcast in Uzbekistan.
I know it. Bubba gives us an update periodically on how we're doing around the world.
All right. We're huge in Uzbekistan.
That's right.
John in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. John, go ahead.
Hey, guys. You're talking about officiating. Obviously, the problem is it's so subjective.
Yeah.
I mean, when NFL officials will tell you offensive holding takes place every play.
Every play.
Then my question is, why aren't you calling it? And why do you decide when you call it and when you don't? Very subjective, very ambiguous. I've got an idea on how to, we've all had teams that in a pivotal play, in a really big game, you get a call. And you think it's a bad call, it's a good call, bad call, I don't know. I say we get rid of it. No offensive holding, no pass interference. Whatever goes, goes. And then we're not going to have to worry about that ever again. Now, it wouldn't have helped in Marsh's case, but in general, I think it sounds radical, but when you think about it, I think it would be good for football.
Well, you'd have a hard time completing the pass if the defense can do anything they want to.
Maybe just be and it just depends on who it is. Again, it goes back. Some let them play, some don't.
But I guess if you allowed holding, then the offense does have the offense.
That'd be tough if you could just tackle
If you just watch the offensive line, they hold every single play.
Well, you can hold in here, you can't hold out
which I
here.
don't have a problem with.
Well, unless you have a rule that says no holding.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
That's
if you're going to, I get it. But
what we're saying is we don't allow certain type of holding.
It's illegal to hold outside the frame of the box.
Here's what I would do on the holding because the defensive linemen and the defensive players have become so athletic.
Yeah, you can't block them.
But I'll go back to this. I have no problem. Again, it's back to consistency. Now, remember, deep down in every flawed human being is that overwhelming sinful desire to be in charge.
Well, yeah.
I want to tell other people what to do. And if I can't get on a homeowners association, maybe I can be a referee.
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, I want to be able to. I just love the power of all this. I just love it. But what I'm saying is this: as long as you can say with your common sense that tackle is holding, that defensive player would have never made the play. It's on the other side of the ball. It has no impact on the yardage that was just
Don't call
achieved.
Yeah.
Don't call it.
If it's not at the point of attack,
If you can get a competitive advantage by the hold, don't call it.
Don't say, well, that by the rule, that's holding. I got you, but it's all.
I can live with that.
I can live with that. Now, if
some of the rules are ridiculous, and we've talked about this. If they would have maybe a 15, I'd say maybe even 20% rule reduction, I think it would make everybody's job easier.
Right.
And some of them,
including the ref.
The quarterback would have been sacked if you didn't hold. Penalty. That back would have been tackled for a yard loss if you had not been holding. Penalty. But if it's over here away from everything and it has nothing to do with the play, that offense achieved that yardage by outsmarting the defense.
Would
it didn't give you an unfair advantage.
Would you go with me on this one that I've been harping on for a long time? Delay a game. Don't stop the game. Let the play continue. After the play's over, take a timeout away from them until they're out. And if they have no timeouts, then you penalize them, whatever.
Yeah,
that speeds the game up, keeps it moving. Another one that drives me crazy is when you have the receivers out here and one will step forward and the other one has to step back.
On and off the line.
Who cares? Who cares?
Covered, uncovered.
Who cares? Just look, line up anywhere you want to and then run. Okay?
Yeah, right.
Who cares?
Right.
And I'll tell you another one that's kind of on me, and y'all may disagree with this, is lineman downfield. I think that's just so ridiculous, and they get it wrong half the time anyway.
I know it.
So, I mean, if a lineman, because so many of them are run-pass options now, the linemen don't know what's going on behind
I don't
them.
disagree with you because I think the game has moved forward that the linemen where they are doesn't really matter.
Yeah, just get rid of that.
Bruce in Nashville.
I could fix some of this.
Bruce, go ahead.
Bubba, I wish they'd
Hey,
let
did
you
I hear a new character on the show? Upset football fan?
Yeah.
Targeting.
It's targeting. Wasn't that targeting?
And the same people that complain when their player gets called targeting. And then they're screaming targeting the other one.
Now we look for a target everywhere. That's targeting. That's got to be targeting.
Can I tell you, I don't like the name targeting.
Yeah. And I don't like the symbol for it either. When they punch themselves inside the head.
Call it an illegal tackle. Go on with that, and 15 yards, nobody gets thrown out of the game. If we got to have it, let's do that.
The game has changed so much, and I've said this to people who, hey, man, you mind coming help us out a little bit? First of all, I said if I stepped out on the field, I couldn't coach because the rules have changed so much. I don't know how to coach this. I don't know how to coach offensive linemen that catch and then try to move their hips. I don't know how to coach that. I don't know how to coach that kind of tackling. I don't have any idea how to do that. I couldn't. I don't know how to on defensive line the way the way they play that now. That's not the way I would. The rules of the game. I become so old. The rules of the game are so far past me. I wouldn't have the ability to go.
Some of the strategy.
Yeah, I wouldn't
has changed. I think primarily to the athleticism of defensive players.
Oh yeah,
everything that I
would blocking and all that.
Every fundamental thing that I would teach is against the rules. I mean, it's changed. You remember I got in a little bit of trouble with that with one of my kids when they had. I didn't realize that wasn't a rule anymore.
Yeah,
God never forget his face. Hey, thanks, Dad. Well, I'm sorry, son. I didn't know. You asked me how to get a blocker off of you, and that's the way we got him off.
Yep.
I didn't know that was against rules now.
Yep, outlawed.
But you know what?
Thank you, Deacon Jones.
If somebody grabs for their throat to live, they won't hold you anymore.
That's right. They'll usually let go.
Yeah, they can't help it. It's an uncontrollable instinct. And I asked him. I said, it did work, didn't he? He said it did, but it was 15 yards. And I said, but it did work.
Let me ask you this, because the stiff arm, people like Derrick Henry and a lot of the big backs have been so good. Can you arm bar somebody that's stiff arming? Because
that
somebody
is
was
the way to
asking
do it.
me
You grab their arm. Is how you actually defeat.
You can do it like that.
Or you can grab it.
Yeah, and just tackle them by the arm.
Did y'all see the video of the Little League kid?
But it's not. What am I trying to say? Inherited to do that. You want to reach for them. Instinctive, yeah. And you forget, I got an arm here. If I tackle the arm, the body's going with it.
Did you see that kid that stiff-armed all the way down the field?
Yeah, I did.
the gravy, please.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is a number. All right, so Adler's found this Little League stiff arm thing. It was sent to me for Monday's show, and I forgot about it. And the quote was, Greg, they thought you would love this. So, y'all were just talking about the day of the stiff arms, so that kind of brought it up.
Oh, the stiff arm.
Please listen to the audio and look at how many stiff arms this kid does down the field. I mean, here it is. Watch this.
There's
one, two.
Boy, somebody told him the stiff arm did.
3, 4, 5.
That is crazy. This is the guy laughing.
Is this Derrick Henry when he was like 6? Does anybody know?
That's 6 stiff arms down the sideline.
I mean, not kind of. He slung them down, didn't he?
He let him have it.
Boy, players like that make you a real good coach at that age. You got him, you can just dominate.
And how about there was no recourse to tackle him? Down, another one.
Gone. I like how the guy was filming gets tickled.
Well, Greg, I mean, how can you watch that and not be tickled? All right, so some things that we did not get in. Those of you that are concerned about back to the 2A here and then video 1, we'll do 2A first. Back to a lot of you that are out there filling up right now, and you keep saying, what are we going to do about gas prices? And is the Biden administration, we've told you there's only so much an administration can do. If you want to lower gas prices, you increase the supply, which means that we go back to.
You mean them pipelines he's been shutting
down?
Yeah,
doing this ourselves. You can lower the taxes on gasoline. If you want
that
to.
ain't going to happen.
And
you forget that.
That's not going to happen. But
you forget that. But just the appearance of there going to be more supply will immediately cause the prices to go down.
So here's the spokesperson that is filling in right now as Psaki recovers from COVID, fully vaccinated, by the way.
Right.
Here's the Biden administration spokesperson. Is it Karine Jean-Pierre, I believe is her name? And she's they're asking, is Biden planning anything to help with the price of gasoline? Here we go.
Okay, and on what the Secretary General and what she was saying yesterday, what options besides tapping the Strategic Petroleum Reserve does the president have to counteract higher gas prices?
So, I've talked about this a couple of times. We don't have an announcement yet on anything to share at this time. But we're monitoring it, right? We're monitoring the prices, and we're making sure that we have tools in our tool belts that we can try and use. But at this time, I don't have anything new to share.
What are you reviewing? Because Secretary General has confirmed that is an option that's on the table, and the president has said there are other tools that he could potentially use. So could you just lay out what those other options are that he's considering?
Tell us about that tool belt.
I don't have anything specific here. The president spoke to this recently, but he's also asked FTC to crack down on illegal pricing, right? That is one thing that he did on gouging in the market, and the FTC is responding. But also we're going to continue to monitor the situation and have a number of tools in our arsenal, as I just mentioned. I don't have anything specific.
Well, I'll tell you, if you're gonna run in the gas operators for gouging, you're gonna need something bigger than Guantanamo. You better block off Nevada.
Once again, they don't seem to understand the basic concepts of supply and demand.
Well, Rick, if you've never had to deal with supply and demand, it sounds like a foreign language to you. I mean, if I'm a textbook liberal that's never run a lemonade stand, I got no idea what I'm talking about.
You know how you can be ready when demand goes up is to be sure you got plenty of supply.
Yeah, I mean, it all started day one when Biden shut down the pipeline. That sent a message that we're not going to be energy independent, and that started the beginning of the process going up. Now, is there more demand now? Yes, of course, than there was during the pandemic, which helped drive it down. But see, that's just one of the variables. You have demand and you have supply.
Right.
And you got to work both sides of that equation. If demand is up, guess what else you need up? Supply.
Right.
That keeps the prices down. All we have done is stop supply. Quit drilling, shutting down. We're talking about shutting down another pipeline in Michigan right now. And it's not really as much the oil that flows through it as the signal that it sends to people, and they panic. So then that causes the price of what they have to go up.
Yeah, well, don't forget too, Bubba, if it's a world market and you're sending me the signal as one of my customers that you're going to cut your supply off and you got to buy it from me.
Well, I mean, again,
you have no leverage. That's right. No, I mean, none.
If all of these people had spent one summer working a lemonade stand, they'd have a better view of this.
Also,
but yet they're making decisions on billion-dollar industries that I don't think they have a clue what they're doing. If they are, they're disguising it better than anybody I've ever seen.
Bubba, if you're ready for the next one, hang on for this in the fake world that we're living in. Pete Buttigieg, remember that was on maternity leave while our supply and demand was in disarray, and we had ships out in the harbor they couldn't get in. The person that's supposed to be overseeing all that, he was out on maternity leave. He and his husband, or which one, I don't know. Whatever what the situation is there.
There's anybody that really did need the time off, it was him.
Yeah. So now Buttigieg is going to be asked to explain to us how roads are racist. Mm-hmm. Do you remember this?
Yeah, I've heard this story before.
Roads are racist, and we're going to ask Pete Buttigieg to unpack that for us. Here we go.
You give us the construct of how you will deconstruct the racism that was built into the roadways that you talked earlier when you broke that information with us. Can you talk to us about how that could be deconstructed?
For sure, yeah. So the principle of Justice 40 is that at least 40% of the clean investments in this bill will go to benefit the communities that are overburdened and underserved. So part one of that is defining those investments that are eligible, and that's a lot of it, and we're working to map out kind of program by program, mode by mode, what would qualify. For example, if we're buying clean buses, right, how do we make sure in terms of where those buses go, but also looking at the business opportunity, the jobs that are going to be created, the businesses that will have a chance to compete for the business opportunities it creates. That, too, I think is a very important element of equity here that's in the spirit of Justice 40. And again, we have a lot of guidance and oversight from the White House since that's an administration-wide initiative. But we know that we've got to build our own internal kind of ways of aligning and defining that inside.
I don't even know what
did he say anything?
No. I heard a clean bus in there somewhere, whatever that is.
You talking about just throwing a bunch of words together that sound smart.
Well, the question.
He said equity, so that's good. He said equity.
Oh, he
that's
did?
Great.
You're right.
Yeah,
Adler.
equity.
As long as he says equity, everything's fine.
Yeah, equity. Yeah.
Jimmy, don't forget the original question. Can you give us the construct of how you would deconstruct the racism that was built into the roadway?
I think I like that question as much as anything. How will you construct to deconstruct? You were going to use the word construct one way or the other, wasn't you? I mean, it was going to be in there.
By the way, the racism that was built into the roadways.
Yeah, and Rick, this is a concept where the argument is that interstates were put through poor neighborhoods because the land was cheaper and they didn't want to disrupt wealthier neighborhoods, so thus everything went through poor, underserved neighborhoods. And I'm sure there was some of that going on, but that is not really the whole picture. A lot of times the interstates were just on roads that were already roads that were made into the interstate, especially in the city. And also a lot of times they go through the downtown area, which is an urban area usually. And a lot of people that had the means and the money moved into the burbs and didn't want to be around the noise of the interstate. So it wasn't intentionally done. I think some of it looks that way now, but I don't think it was an evil plan for the most part.
No, and it seems like if you want to talk about the different classes in our society, does anybody ever get tired of the fact that anytime we talk about something that is a poor neighborhood or something like that always means that people of color are there? That somehow there's no way for people of color to move and live where they want to live. It's no one of any other. White people don't have that problem. It seems like a lot of this is a little more to do. It doesn't seem to be about ethnicity.
Yeah, it's always a chip in the game for something.
Right.
So kind of wore out.
But Buttigieg's on it, so y'all.
He's got it.
Yeah, he's got it.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba.